Africa. And this is the first regional report of its kind, and we're updating again for 2026. And these reports have supported government institutions and various businesses to understand the emerging opportunities, the gaps, and the priority areas that we need to advance when it comes to a bioeconomy. This foundational work has also inspired and informed the State of the Bioeconomy in Kenya report, which is going to be launched later today during this Business and Innovation Fair. And I'm sure there you'll get more statistics on why this is a valuable approach. And we understand our neighbours in Uganda and Rwanda are also developing their frameworks. So as you can see, it's really important that we keep driving the agenda and leading the pack when it comes to this. But none of this happens in isolation. None of it belongs to SEI alone. This is a team effort where we stand on the shoulders of amazing and strong partnerships with governments in particular, with private sector, with academia, with civil society, and indeed with the communities. So as we move forward, I want to just say with the support from development partners like CEDA, which we really appreciate, and with FCDO that we want to grow with, this helps strengthen this process. I'm also especially want to wish acknowledgement to NACOSTA, Bioinnovate Africa, and to the East African Science and Technology Commission for making this work possible and supporting this. So as I come to a close, if there's one message I could try and emphasize strongly, it's that no country builds alone, no enterprise scales alone, and no institution succeeds alone. So this is why we feel that partnerships, the core of what SEI does, should also be at the core of the ABDK project. So partnerships with KIPSA and Business Sweden, partnerships with the Kenyan and Swedish governments, partnerships amongst researchers, and most importantly, the partnership between Kenya and Sweden to continue to remain critical for us to succeed, scale up, and achieve our goals of a sustainable bioeconomy. So looking ahead, we see the ABDK as a strong foundation for Kenya-Sweden bilateral relations. We encourage both governments to continue to develop their partnerships and work towards advancing bioeconomy and other key development areas. And SEI will also aim to sign a memorandum of cooperation with the State Department for Industry under Kenya's Ministry for Investments, Trade and Industry. So we also want to commit to a long-term support to the bioeconomy. So as these partnerships develop, this platform becomes a perfect place to ignite new ideas and collaborations. So with that, I'm honoured to officially open this fair and welcome you to the Kenya-Sweden Bioeconomy Business and Innovation Fair. So please take the time to engage, to connect, to make friends, and to build a stronger bioeconomy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niall, for that elaborate presentation and also giving us, unpacking what's bioeconomy, because not all of us are bioeconomy scientists. So thanks for that. Yeah. So allow me to call my colleague Anika Markovic to take over from here. Yeah. Kindly applaud her, she comes.
Good morning, everyone, and a special recognition of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, Håkan Åkesson, and the Principal Secretary of the State Department of Industry, Dr. Juma Mokiwana. It's great to have you here. It's indeed an honor. My name is Annika Markovic, and I am the Engagement and Impact Director at the Stockholm Environment Institute. And I'm really pleased to be here. It's wonderful to come back to Kenya. And I'm so happy that we have so many entrepreneurs in this room all together. This is really what it's about. So thank you very much for being here. I'm just going to present the Stockholm Environment Institute in a few slides. And we will start with the next slide, please. So this is where SEI is. This is our vision and our mission. We want to be to deliver trusted science for a sustainable future. And we want to translate the research that we do into policy and practice. And I think this booklet is a fantastic example of that. If you look into this booklet, you have so many opportunities in here, so many possibilities to work together and to advance the bioeconomy. So have a look at this booklet and be impressed by all the companies that you see in here. It's actually a wonderful booklet. Next slide, please. So, the Stockholm Environment Institute is a non-profit and international global institute that was founded in 1989 by the Swedish Parliament. And as you know, our focus is in climate, environment, and sustainable development. We are trying to combine academic excellence of a university with the aim to accelerate implementation. So again, translating the research into policy and practice, that is where SEI wants to be. And we work across many different sectors, and the bioeconomy is one good example of that, because it brings together the knowledge from many different sectors in advancing the possibilities in the country. Next slide, please. So SEI is represented on 5 continents, and we have 8 centers, the headquarters being in Stockholm, in Sweden, and that's where I work. And then we, of course, have the SEI Africa here in Kenya, in Nairobi, with our center director and many colleagues here in the room from that center. But we are also represented in many other places in the world, and we are one SEI. So when you start to work together with SEI, you cannot just tap into the knowledge of the center in the country where you actually are, like here in Kenya, but this is also the bridge to the knowledge that we have in all these centers around the globe. So it's really a global opportunity through a regional center. Next slide, please. And SEI's research really drives global impact. And I wanted just to share with you a number of examples of what we have done over the years. So the science that we collaborated on was actually behind the climate target that was reached in Paris, in the Paris Agreement in 2015. And we are also producing, since 2019, the production gap report on the fossil fuel production plans of the different fossil fuel producing countries. And this production gap report was launched in October of this year, and it really shows that the production plans of the 20th largest oil, gas, and coal-producing countries is going in the wrong direction. So if they are continuing to produce the way that they are planning, we are not going to be able to reach the target of 2 degrees moving towards 1.5 degrees of the Paris Agreement. So keeping an eye on the production plans of the oil and gas and coal-producing countries is really important to see the potential of reaching the Paris targets or not. And this is where research is also translated into policy and practice. We build a number of tools. These are just a few examples. The LEAP, the NEMO tools, shaping the climate goals of 60+ countries, which is more than 20% of the global population. And we have co-created TRACE, which is mapping trade flows and influencing EU deforestation rules. And we have developed WEEP, which is used in 100+ countries for climate-smart water planning. So it's not only when you work with the bioeconomy that you can look to SEI as a trusted partner. It's also in many of these fields. And these are just a few examples. So I just wanted to showcase some of the work that SEI has been doing, and hoping to learn more of the work that we have been doing on the bioeconomy throughout the day. So with that, I would like to invite the Principal Secretary, Dr. Juma Mukwana, to follow and to deliver his statement. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Anika, and thank you, the team that is here today. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, I want to say I'm very privileged to join you today at this important meeting. Your Excellency, the Ambassador Hakan Akenson, my sister Anika, Neil Ogna, representing the Stockholm Environmental Institute, the Kenyan team from the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, our guests from Sweden, and our manufacturers, our producers, our innovators from the Kenyan space, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to start by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Stockholm Environment Institute and the Swedish government for convening this timely Bioeconomy Business and Innovation Fair. On behalf of the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, we are honored to join you today as we deepen the long-standing and productive partnership between Kenya and Sweden, particularly in advancing green growth, innovation, and sustainable industrialization. The Advancing Bioeconomy Development in Kenya, APD Cape project, is a flagship initiative that aligns strongly with our national priorities under the Vision 2030 medium-term development plan, and also our bottom-up economic transformation agenda with pillars in agriculture and MSME economies. This project serves as a catalyst for Kenya's sustainable industrial transformation by contributing to national goals on job creation, food security, and inclusive growth. So today's event brings together innovators, industry leaders, investors, researchers, and policymakers, and is designed to foster business partnerships and technology exchange between our two nations, especially within the fast-growing bioeconomy sector. As an agriculturalist myself, I have spent many years at the forefront of research, agricultural research, in soil science, trying to develop products that will address farmers' challenges, that will improve productivity, while conserving and enhancing our environment. One of the critical challenges that our agriculture still faces is issues of climate change, drought, floods, but also technologies that are not keeping pace with our development demands. So the population is growing, our productivity has remained relatively low, and our value addition has also not kept pace with our interests as a country. When I was active in research, what I found across Africa and here in Kenya was that we had many, many islands of success. So we have little islands of success, a new seed technology here, a new viable soil amendment technology, many islands of success, but those islands were not speaking to each other. And the islands of success are not keeping pace with the demands of society. And that's why I'm happy that with the linkages with our colleagues from Sweden, we are able to learn from what they have been able to do in terms of how do you develop technology that keeps pace with the demands of today. How do you scale up that technology? Because what I found in that space is that while sometimes our technology basket was full, our granaries remained very empty. So it was difficult to turn new ideas, new innovations, new technologies into products that made a difference at the community level. And so I think that looking at the profile of institutions that I've seen in the booklet, and also the young people that are in this room, I am very encouraged that we are on the right path in terms of taking Kenya where it belongs. So the government of Kenya, through the State Department for Industry, is committed to creating an enabling ecosystem and policies that nurture innovations and strengthen manufacturing competitiveness. The State Department for Industry, in our strategic plan 2023 to 2027, we are promoting local assembly and manufacture of machinery to expand industrial output, and this includes development of the ESC assembly regulations to enhance local value addition and build technical capacity. I've visited one of a very successful Swedish technology, the Rom Air, that is assembling electric buses and electric motorbikes, and I have seen what technology transfer can bring to the table when one is looking at mentorship, and what I see in this space is mentorship of young people through the Swedish Institute for us to be able to add value, to grow our economy, but more importantly, to commercialize some of the ideas and technologies that we have. The rollout of the county aggregation and industrial parks in various counties within Kenya is unlocking opportunities for agro-industrial processing, manufacturing, and logistics. Kenya and Sweden enjoy a long-standing trade partnership. Over 50 Swedish companies operate in Kenya, including ASEA Brown, Alfa Laval, Ericsson, Saab, Sandvik, Scania, SKF, Tetra Pak, firms that have consistently demonstrated long-term commitment to Kenya's industrial and technological advancement. And in the midst of these successful companies, I also see young people who are entrepreneurs. And I am very happy that we are talking to the people who wake up every day with the courage to dream, to dare, to do. These are our entrepreneurs and our young innovators. If we are to grow as a country, we must build on the innovations of the young people. I'm always inspired when I read industrial history that the first industrial revolution in the world took place in Britain in 1740. And that is 300 years ago. And from Britain, this industrial revolution was able to spread to the rest of Europe. And when the Europeans migrated to the Americas, that this industrial revolution was able to move with them. And today you have an industrialized Europe, you have an industrialized America. And when the cost of production and manufacturing became very expensive in Europe and in Americas, a lot of this industrialization was migrated to Asia, to China, to India. And today you have an industrialized China, India, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, name it. And today, after 300 years of industrialization, we've gone through the first, the second, the third. We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution that is powered by technology and ICT. But one issue that remains very elusive for us here in Africa is when other people are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, Africa is yet to experience its first industrial revolution. I look at our population, Africa, with a population of 1.4 billion people. That accounts for 17% of the world population. But the share of manufactured products from Africa in the global market is less than 3%. So you have 17% of the world that is manufacturing 3% of manufactured products. For example, if I compare with what Europe is doing, the share of the population of Europe in the global world is 9%. But the share of manufactured products from Europe is 24%. So clearly you can see that somebody is eating our cake. And so I am happy that we have young people in this room that are aspiring to make a difference, not just for themselves, not just for their innovations, not just for the enterprises, but really to take Kenya and Africa to the next stage. And so one of the questions that I think that has not been sufficiently answered, and when I look at this room, the answer is sufficiently provided, is because the rest of the world has been industrialized and Africa has remained behind, one of the questions has been who is going to industrialize Africa? And when you look at the case studies of the rest of the world, what you see is a Europe that was industrialized by Europeans, and an America that was industrialized by Americans, and a China that has been industrialized by the Chinese, and an India that has been industrialized by the Indians. It follows then that Africa can only be industrialized by Africans. And maybe my generation and the generation before did not take this seriously, but the generation that I see in this room, so the question is who is going to industrialize Africa? And that answer lies in this room, that Africans must do their part. And I am happy that we have young people here that have started to do some of that work. When I look at that booklet and the products that you are producing, you owe yourself a clap. Please clap for yourself. So do not underestimate your efforts. Do not look down on yourselves. Do not think that the work that you're doing is trivial. Don't think that it's too small to be recognized, because the work that you're doing is what is laying the foundation for Africa to industrialize itself. So you are pretty much answering the question of who is going to industrialize this continent. So don't think small, don't do small things. If you do a small thing and it's successful, scale it up, think big, because that is where you belong. And as government, our role is to be a good referee. Our role is to hold your hand. Our role is to open up markets for you. We have played our role in many, many ways. Kenya is already part of the East African community. So we know that the population in Kenya is only 50 million, and maybe that is too small for your products, but we have already engaged and become a member of the East African community, where you have access to 300 million people. So if you make a product in Kenya, you can export it. We don't even call it export. You can transfer it to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Rwanda, to Burundi, to DRC, to South Sudan, to Somalia, duty-free, quota-free. So you, instead of looking at this population of 50 million, through government and our negotiations, you have an access to 300 million people. We are also part of the COMESA region, 21 countries, from South Africa, from Southern Africa, Malawi, Zambia, Mozambique, all the way up to Egypt. We are also signed up as a member of the African Continental Free Trade Area, meaning that we are trying to create a situation where Africa is your market. So don't think small, think big. And quite often, we just concluded last year the Kenya-EU Economic Partnership Agreement that opened up a market of 14,000 products, duty-free, quota-free, into the European Union, 27 countries. And sometimes, as government, we think we are doing so much, we open up the market, but who is going to take up that market? And in this room, I see that answer, that we work so hard to open up these markets, but it is really up to the entrepreneurs to take up that opportunity to push your products into these markets, because that is why we spend a lot of energy to open them up. We have opened up, we have a Kenya-UK Economic Partnership Agreement that is already also in force. We just signed up the Kenya-United Arab Emirates, UAE, SEPA again, that is operational. They want a lot of livestock, leather products. You know that we have the Kenya, through the African Union, the AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Act with the US, which came to an end on 30th September and has been extended for 1 year. And Kenya is pursuing extension of that. You know, our president just came back from the US, where again we are working on a partnership agreement with STIP, the Strategic Investment and Partnership Agreement with the US. And through this arrangement that you have, working with the Swedish Institute, again, you are able to access the Swedish market. And we already have a joint trade committee with the Swedish government that is, again, promoting trade between Kenya and Sweden. And so our role is to hold your hand. Our role is to mentor you. Our role is to open up your market. And I think that we have done a lot of that. We have also addressed the issue of cost of manufacturing. Many of you feel like buying land, building a factory, importing equipment is very expensive. Today, the government of Kenya is building industrial parks, what we are calling county aggregation and industrial parks on government land. This is affordable industrial spaces. If you go to Kirinyaga today, we have already completed construction of the county aggregation and industrial parks where we can accommodate up to 8 factories or even more. In Embu, in Meru, in Migori, in Nakuru, in Uasin Gishu. So 13 of these county aggregation and industrial parks equipped with even cold storage facilities are almost complete. And all you need is plug and play. You put in your little factory and you go. In fact, in some instances, we have worked on 1 to 2 value chains where the government is going to equip some of these county aggregation and industrial parks. So all you need is buy your raw material, book the equipment when you want to do your manufacture, you make your product and move on, so that your role is to buy the raw material and to find market. But the machinery and everything else, we have a system that somebody will be running it and charging you a fee, so you pay as you go. So that is something that we are working on, and we really want you to plug, because many of us may not have the investments to buy equipment and do those kind of things. The county aggregation and industrial parks are important for the work that you are doing. So, our 2 countries have an established and well-structured framework for collaboration, anchored in several strategic instruments and ongoing initiatives. We have a memorandum of understanding on strengthening bilateral trade that was signed in 2022, which provides a formal mechanism for advancing commercial relations between Kenya and Sweden. Joint work plans on priority sectors such as the green industry, agro-processing, renewable energy, regular technical exchanges between institutions, business missions, and investment forums and mechanisms to address trade and regulatory barriers. We also have a joint trade committee, which I've already talked about, and I've also talked about the opportunities that you have within the Kenya-EU Economic Partnership Agreement. And this fair, because today we are here to exhibit some of the products that we are producing, provides a strong platform to deepen cooperation in advancing Kenya's green and circular economy agenda through the joint creation of value chains around biomass, agricultural residues, and non-wood bioresources, leveraging on the county aggregation and industrial parks to incubate finance and commercialize as bio-based innovations. Collaboration between Kenyan institutions and Swedish research institutions, such as the Swedish Environmental Institute, to go develop green technologies, as well as connecting Kenyan entrepreneurs with Swedish investors, technology providers, and innovation networks. And so, as I conclude this speech, this fair is expected to catalyze new business partnerships between Kenya and Swedish entrepreneurs, attract greater investment into Kenya's bioeconomy, circular economy, and green manufacturing sectors, and accelerate the development of the bioeconomy clusters across the county aggregation and industrial parks. It will also strengthen bilateral trade and industrial cooperation under the Joint Trade Committee, enhance knowledge exchange and capacity building between institutions, and contribute significantly to the development and implementation of Kenya's national bioeconomy strategy and broader green industrialization agenda. And so today, we are demonstrating the impact of collaboration between government, private sector, academia, development partners, and Kenya remains committed to deepening its partnership with Sweden in driving green industrialization, advancing the bioeconomy, and building sustainable value chains. I invite you all here today to seize the opportunities presented to innovate, to invest, to collaborate, and champion solutions that secure a prosperous and climate-resilient future for both our nations. As I conclude, I really want you to feel like, as government, we are very proud of the work that we are doing. Already we have mechanisms. We have the Kenya Development Corporation. If you are looking for finances, for example, I know that we have a government institution called KDC that has more money than it can lend out. So we have the policy environment, we have the county aggregation and industrial parks, we have opened up international markets, we have a government institution that is able to give loans to young manufacturers like yourselves, and we will be willing to hold your hand because we are proud of the work that you are doing. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Secretary, for that important keynote speech. It contained many, many important topics, but what stuck with me, Principal Secretary, was how you emphasized the need to invest in the young generation, the need to invest in innovation, and the need to invest in the bioeconomy. And I think these three are going to be really the future of Kenya, the future of Africa. So thank you very much for making those points. I now have the great honor to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Håkan Åkesson. Håkan Åkesson, Ambassador Åkesson, is one of Sweden's finest ambassadors. He has had an extraordinary career in the Swedish Foreign Service. He arrived in Kenya only in August of this year, but he's not a newcomer to Africa. He has been the ambassador in Ethiopia, and he has also worked with Africa back in Stockholm. He has been the ambassador to France, he has been the ambassador to Turkey, and he has also been the Secretary General of the Swedish Foreign Affairs. So you can see that this is an extraordinary man, and I'm very happy that he is now going to deliver his statement. So please, Ambassador Åkesson, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Annika. Your Excellency, Principal Secretary at the State Department for Investment, Trade and Industry, Dr. Juma Mukwana, dear Annika, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and not least, dear researchers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and company representatives from Kenya, Sweden, and beyond. Good morning to all of you. Habari za asubuhi. And a warm welcome also from me on behalf of the Swedish Embassy to this fair. It's a real pleasure to join you as we strengthen cooperation between Sweden and Kenya in the field of bioeconomy, a topic which both Kenya and Sweden feel very passionate about. And we're delighted to work together with KEPSA, together with the Stockholm Environment Institute and Business Sweden in organizing this event. Let me right away say that we think that cooperation in bioeconomy between our two countries has a very strong potential. Kenya, as we all know, has rich biological resources, innovative entrepreneurs, a strong industry, and a fast-growing research base. And Sweden has a long history and experience of using bio-based resources. To unlock this potential, we are committed to supporting the development of bioeconomy cluster roadmaps. These will help identify priority value chains, guide investment, and connect actors from research, industry, and government. The Swedish experience, and I think also your experience here in Kenya, show that partnerships are key to turning ideas into competitive and sustainable projects and industries. Swedish institutions and companies stand ready to work with Kenyan partners through joint innovation, capacity building, support to SMEs and research institutions, as well as, of course, through commercial collaboration. Together, we can scale Kenya's bioeconomy, create green jobs, as the Principal Secretary said, support industrialization, and drive sustainable growth. And all this is, in the end, mutually beneficial to all of us. So let us use today's gathering to form partnerships that turn opportunities into lasting impact. And here we encourage co-creation, focusing on building local capacity and market-driven growth that can continue independently. One such example is through the Wood Life project, where we promote sustainable timber construction and wood innovation solutions, showcasing how bio-based materials and design can support climate-smart urban development here in Kenya. So please take a chance to visit the Wood Life stand right here during the day. Finally, and short, I very much look forward to forge partnerships that move ideas into action here today. Karibuni, asanteni sana, and a wonderful day. I wish you a truly wonderful day. Thank you very much.
So now it's my great honor to invite back on stage Their Excellencies, the Principal Secretary and the Swedish Ambassador to launch the State of Bioeconomy in Kenya report. So if I can please have you back on stage.
His Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Juma Mukhwana, standing on the protocol already established, we really recognize your presence here and we appreciate that you've come to grace this occasion. Now, as it was mentioned today, so the Stockholm Environment Institute has supported the East Africa Commission to develop this bioeconomy strategy. And after every 2 years, we usually do a status report for bioeconomy in the region. But now we have also come now to Kenya, and we are now developing the State of Bioeconomy Report 2025, and we are also developing a roadmap that will lead us to a dedicated bioeconomy in Kenya. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for gracing this occasion and launching the State of Bioeconomy in Kenya 2025.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
And just to mention, we have a QR code on the report. So you will scan the QR code if you want to receive a copy of the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, you've done the fireworks. Okay, the launch. It's delayed. Thank you. Thank you very much for that fireworks. Yeah. So, yeah, I would like now to, I think Henry will guide in terms of the photo session. Yeah, Henry, the location for the photo session, we need to be guided, yeah? But I want as also Ambassador and the PS, if you can get time just to walk through the exhibition, also to see what is being exhibited, also to encourage these young innovators so that we are also able to appreciate everybody. So anything in terms of photo? I need to be guided. Yeah, okay, thanks. So I'd request you again, Ambassador Nile to Sweden, our team to come in front. Iva, kindly come, we are the researchers. It's just. Yeah, thank you. So the exhibitors or innovators who can go to the stand, our visitors are already walking to the exhibition space. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yep.
Yes, we have value-added products,
Yep.
shampoos, shower gels from plants, and seeds from the forests.
Now the hair serum is doing what?
It's cleaning your scalp. It's making your hair grow.
And
so
when
that
he
you
has
don't
lost
get
hair like
bald.
this, we can get it to grow.
Yes, yes,
And the thing is that these things are organic, eh?
Yeah.
They don't have issues like the chemical ones.
Okay.
You know, I try not to balance conservation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And these are typically sold where?
Here in the country, we
Yeah.
used to have
outside the
yeah.
country.
In pharmacies or in grocery stores or?
From skin and hair products stores.
Okay,
Stores.
okay.
You also sell online?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Yes.
We used to have a company in Netherlands, but the person died.
Oh, okay.
So now, sir,
Yeah.
try to
Wild
use
basil.
your product.
Yes.
What
Then
is
those
this
places.
one?
And
Yeah.
basically,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this is good.
and then
Wow.
it's good because we are trying to commercialize unique crops,
Yes.
Okay.
taking care of resilient and
Yeah.
climate adaptations, and it can be scaled the entire Africa.
Okay.
Because basically, there are some parts these conventional crops cannot work. So we do research and then robotical research in areas like ASO, and then we come up with business cases.
Yep.
To curb poverty and maybe elevating basically the poverty cycle, and coming out now with business cases, balancing conservation and economy.
Great.
Great work. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
I'd like you to visit a stand that represents organic fertilizer producers in Kenya.
Where is it?
Right here, right here.
Let me get the ambassador.
Thank you.
We can start. Yes.
You're going like this. Where are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
We have arranged. We have arranged.
Okay. Let me come. There's somebody who's really insisting there. We'll go
course.
and see her.
We grow and process moringa products.
Yes.
We fortify them with baobab,
Yes.
hibiscus, beetroot. We use stevia as a sweetener.
Right.
And we've
So you're based where?
We're in Tharaka-Nithi.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Where do you sell this?
Our brand is in the Naivas.
Okay.
It's in Quickmart.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in Clean Shelf.
Okay.
And we also supply to health.
Oh, wow. No wonder you look pretty.
Yes. So high in vitamins, high in minerals.
Okay.
Natural.
Right.
We hand till the farm. We don't
Okay.
use any organic sprays so that it cleanses the body. And we also do the dryer.
Okay. So you have a dry. Oh, okay.
We have two companies here.
Okay.
So we have designed a solar dryer that is 100% solar
Okay.
to upscale the waste that you see Kenya loses almost 40% of post-harvest. We have almost 40% of post-harvest waste.
Yeah.
So vegetables, chilies, all these horticultural products. So with this, we're able to dry and keep and even increase.
How
the
big can this be in real life?
as big as the client wants and as small as
Right.
Oh, okay.
Like these ones we've made it in for grouping and direct.
Okay.
To do chilies.
Okay.
They're drying 2 tons of the chilies.
Okay.
The chilies that they were selling at 40 bob, now they're able to sell at 200 shillings.
Okay. Great work. Okay. Okay.
Yes, Your
Yes,
Excellency.
yes, Marian.
Hello.
What are we doing here?
Rangelands Proceeding.
Okay.
We work in the arid and semi-arid lands of Kenya. We are based in Isiolo. We work
Okay.
with communities to regreen rangelands.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are transitioning communities from aid to trade
Okay.
by engaging them trade in nature-based solutions, and
Okay.
then we add value to the nature-based solutions, mainly indigenous tree seeds, indigenous grass seeds, and then from there we harvest an invasive species called mesquite,
Okay. Okay.
and then we turn it into biochar, and we make it into seed balls. These are capsules that has an indigenous seed inside.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you want to grow trees, you just throw it out there, and it's going to germinate into a tree.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. So we started these 18 months ago,
Yeah.
and currently we've done close to 120,000 hectares up to now,
okay.
and we work with our 15,000 community members, mainly women.
Okay. What's the germination rate?
91%.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long can you keep the seed in there?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years on the ground waiting for the right conditions.
Okay.
And we have KEFRI and KFS as
Okay.
partners doing the certification for the seeds, and we work with them and research institutions to get our germination rates high. Yes.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive.
Good work.
Thank you.
Huh?
I think we change and we do
Yeah, yeah. Let's see the lady here.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank
Sorry,
you very
sorry.
much. It's okay. My
Huh?
name is Juni Wangare.
Very
Okay.
nice to
And
meet
I
you.
represent the Association of Organic Fertilizer Manufacturers in Kenya.
Okay.
And so this is where we are representing just one of the organizations.
Okay.
This is an organic fertilizer, organic soil conditioner. It's actually made out of
Yep.
biochar. Our feedstock is rice husk.
Okay.
So instead of burning it in the open, so,
Yeah.
you know, like out in the fields
Yep,
after milling,
yep.
so now we are collecting and
So you're best
processing
where?
all that. In where?
Where?
In where is where we get the rice.
So how big an area will this cover?
One ton
Yes.
will cover 1 acre. One ton will cover 1 acre.
1 acre.
At the bare minimum. But
Okay.
you need about 4 tons an acre. But you apply it with time.
Progressively.
Oh.
Okay.
And so the association is made of 17 local manufacturers.
Okay.
And so we need your support from the Ministry of Industry to
And
support
we have
local.
money at KDC that's waiting for you.
So we hear, but we need to
Please
access
come
this
and
money.
please come and access it.
Okay.
But we are unable to disperse it.
Oh no, we should be able to. And then this is also another local.
So what are you doing
producer
here?
for Fish.
This is liquid stimulant. It is organic.
Okay. You make this where?
It is made here in Nairobi at Tigiri Ridge.
So what do you use?
We just use fish and molasses.
Fish, tilapia, which fish?
Any kind of fish, but normally the ones from saltwater, from the lake.
Is it waste from fish or?
Yes, waste of fish and the fish that is not fish for human consumption.
So what do you
Right,
need this for?
Right.
It is used as a foliar. It is basically a stimulant and also fertilizer used across all plants.
Okay. So just spray.
And we just spray.
Good work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sunday,
Thank you.
I
All the
think
best.
we can, we'll call it a day. Okay.
I'm okay. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Just 1 minute here.
Once you see some avocado here, one more, then we'll. These guys. Where are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's really your new sort of export product,
Yes.
even though it's not that new, but I know
Yes.
that you're
10
expanding.
years ago, we
Yeah.
did not have
Right.
avocado on our menu,
Yep.
but now it's growing.
Yeah. And
So tell us what you're
They're
doing.
beautiful.
We are a group of farmers.
Yes.
We have 20 cooperatives in Muranga.
Yes.
We are trying to ensure that farmers get their actual prices for the fruits
Yes.
because of the effect of brokers. There has been very many brokers.
Yes.
So we are trying to bridge in
Yes.
so that the farmers can receive their actual prices.
So
we
do
bring
you
the
add
farmers
value?
together.
You just sell fresh avocado? What do you do?
Currently, we are selling fresh.
Yes.
But due to the 40% post-harvest loss that we experience amongst the farmers,
Yes.
we're also thinking of doing value addition, that is the oil processing. But as farmers, it has a high capex, that is capital intensive. There are a lot of resources required.
Yes.
So we are first of all doing the fresh. We already have.
So where do you sell this?
We do it Europe and also in the Middle East.
Okay. How much do you sell in a week, in a month?
When we have during the season,
Yeah, when you
the
have-
season begins March to July,
Yeah.
we sell 50 to 100 tons.
Okay.
50 to 100 tons.
That's per month.
Not per month, the whole season.
The whole season.
Yeah.
whole season.
I visited the project
Yeah.
a couple of weeks ago with
Oh,
the
okay.
Swedish State Secretary for Development Corporation, and I was much impressed.
Oh, wow.
It's a beautiful
I think we need to
project.
slowly work towards value addition. We can get the oil working. I know I visited Sagana Oil, the one that's making oil in Sagana. But they told me they don't even have enough raw material.
Or revalue, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Good luck.
All the
Okay.
best. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, our State Department funded this guy.
Oh, okay. I
We
know.
approved this.
Sema ndugu, where do you? I did my research in sugar beet, all the way in Wyoming,
Ah, wow.
the US.
Oh, you did?
Where did this grown in Kenya?
This is actually grown in Nairobi at the shop.
Ah.
Okay. My PhD research was on
Wow.
sugar beet.
Wow.
Yeah. So irrigated
So
sugar
you
beet.
know everything about sugar.
So what are you doing with this?
We have a problem.
Yes.
We get a to do the industry, which is
This is where?
we want to set it up
Where?
in Kirinyaga, but we are unable to secure KIPES. We are unable to secure the SEZZ in Kirinyaga.
I thought we advertised for people who
We
want to.
applied
You applied.
last year,
but that is not going. And nobody seems to know who is leasing those Kipes go downs and who is leasing the SEZ in Sagana.
But do you have enough raw material of this?
We own the seed variety. That is our moat. We own the seed variety.
So where do you get this from?
We developed it for 15 years in Kenya. This is ready. This is ready. We are doing power alcohol. This one you can put in your car and drive off. We are working with the Europeans for sustainable aviation fuel, using this as a feedstock.
Yes.
Which earns, this plant will earn 120,000 tons of carbon credits every year and make Nairobi a surf hub. All the aircraft.
Because there are two options that we had. When we advertised the space in Sagana, we can only take in 8 factories, but we got 68 applications. So what we agreed with the governor is that she will give the few that are ready to go, and then she can give you land to even build public land for you to build your factory there.
But there is no commitment. They don't.
Please give me your card. I will intervene. Where's your card? Your contact?
I'll take his contacts.
Okay, please take his contact, and then we'll get in touch. Good. Okay. Now, which way?
We exit now.
This way. We have to exit. Okay.
It's a wonderful exhibition, actually. It gives you hope about the future, right?
Yes. There's lots of ideas. And
yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. I thought you were... Sema, yes, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
So this is who?
Super Moringa Supplies.
Yes.
We are based in Kisumu and Vihiga.
Okay.
Where we grow moringa. This is moringa tree.
Okay.
It's highly nutritional, highly medicinal. So we process food additives like the powder.
Yes.
This is moringa powder.
Sorry.
So moringa powder is great for you. Just add to your food and eat.
Yeah.
And you get the nutrition. Right. And also it fights most of the lifestyle diseases.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So from moringa tree, we also extract oil from the seeds. So this is good for the skin, very good anti-aging properties, and also it's nutritional. You can adapt your drop to your food and benefit from that. So we do value addition from this tree and make around 8 products for health and also for beauty.
So where do you sell this?
We sell on Jumia. We also sell through independent distributors. So people buy on wholesale from us and they resell. And also we have a shop in Mbale town.
Okay.
Yes, so those are our main outlets. Yeah.
Great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a media interview, so if we can go directly for it.
Okay.
Mary.
Yes, hi.
His name is Benjamin Langwe, chairman of Society of Kenya.
Benjamin?
Langwe.
Langwe. Okay. Kuna kadi? Hakuna.
Tulikuwa na
Utanipatia?
kiti yako na ambassador tulitaka kuwapatia.
Haya. Hii ni nini?
Ni campaign tunafanya ya food is politics. Tunaongelelea about the structural injustice, access to food.
Okay.
Ambassador, we can take a photo.
What happened to the food? Where did the food go?
The food go because of there is a lot of challenges on the ground about food sovereignty, the use of chemicals and pesticides.
Remember, food moves from where there's no money to where there's money.
Yeah,
so food is always chasing money.
We don't want it to be marketed.
So if you don't have money in your pocket, the food can't come to you. You know that?
Yeah. That's okay.
Thank you. Asante.
Thank you.
Okay. This is ambassador. Okay. Okay. Hi, how are you?
Judy is my name.
Yes. Same as Judy.
Oh.
Okay. Mpa huyu namba yako, then we'll book an appointment for you. Ndio? Okay. Yes. Oh, okay. Where do you want us to stand? Here? Okay, we have to release the ambassador to come. Okay.
this moment, where's the statement? Okay.
Bring ambassador.
The ambassador, so you can ask
okay.
questions. Huh? Yeah.
There was somebody. Yes, as we've said in here, Kenya is an agricultural economy. We produce a wide range of crops, and also we have herbs, we have shrubs in different agro-ecosystems. Utilization of these agro-based crops is quite low. So basically what we are doing, we are harvesting and then we are consuming. And the danger with that is that then the whole food system is dependent on the weather. So at some point you have a lot of food when it has rained, and then after that then you have scarcity. So you have seasons of abundance and seasons of scarcity. And also we have a lot of high post-harvest losses. So this partnership is important because then what it is doing is to help us to not just conserve the environment, but also to make more efficient use of our agricultural produce. We will cut down on food post-harvest losses. You add value, which means that the farmers get better returns than what they are getting today. But you also use those products to open up both existing and new markets, so that you create prosperity for young people. For us, we also have a lot of young people under the age of 35 that have a lot of skills and knowledge without jobs. So this is an opportunity for them to turn some of the knowledge that they have into products that then they can use to earn their living, to improve their lives and also the lives of their families. So I see, and in this we really appreciate the mentorship that we are getting from the team ambassador here and this team from Sweden and the Sweden Environment Institute, so that they are holding our hand. And as government, ours is to really do good policies that will support this kind of initiatives, open up new markets within East Africa, within Europe and others, where these young people can find opportunity to sell their products. So for us, we are really happy with this partnership because it's working for us. It is keeping young people engaged, but more importantly, making them more productive.
Okay, maybe just one last one from you. Maybe looking at the value, how much harvest losses are you experiencing?
It varies from product to product, because if you're talking about some of the things like tomatoes and fruits, our post-harvest losses can be as high as 50%. Great, I don't have numbers, but I think that this is a good initiative, and basically something that we can achieve in one day. We'll build it over time. Yeah.
So how significant is this deal, and maybe from the report, which are the gaps that you had identified from the report that was just released by the Stockholm Institute?
Well, first of all, Sweden and Kenya have worked together in general for more than 60 years, and not least in the agricultural sector. For a few years now, we are working in the field of bioeconomy, which is the future. And working together, we will fight climate change, and we all need to fight climate change. We are increasing food security, and we are creating jobs. And you have lots of very entrepreneurial people, both in Kenya and Sweden, and we are getting together here to do great things for the climate, but also for the youth, as the Principal Secretary said, to create jobs and to really be as innovative as possible.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Take this.
Thank you so much.
So, Ambassador, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Monica?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And good luck.
Thank you very much.
Global Research Institute based in Stockholm, but also with the center here in Nairobi.
Yeah, so you can just give us a brief of whatever you're doing here, or what you're doing here as
So SEI, Stockholm Environment Institute, has been supporting Kenya for a number of years, together with Team Sweden here in Kenya, to advance the bioeconomy. And there are great opportunities for companies, for innovation in this sector, and we are really happy that we have today launched the blueprint for Kenya's bioeconomy development. What is the status of the bioeconomy now? And this is really the innovative future for Kenya.
I don't know if you can maybe give a brief insights of the report.
So I think what I want to talk about is really the companies that are here in the fair, because when you walk around, it's so impressive to see how the bioeconomy is becoming a reality, and there are so many opportunities in this. So I really hope that we can continue in developing this partnership that we have with Team Sweden, with the embassy here, with Stockholm Environment Institute, and with the Kenyan government, and a lot of companies. The Business Sweden is also supporting. So it's really a concerted, collaborative effort that we are very happy about. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question?
It's good. Okay. Here. Thank you. So, if you want to interview someone about the report, we have.
And we'll just.
Or should I get him?
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Want to interview me?
on from there. Ile pale chini. Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. Those who are in the exhibition rooms, kindly come back so that you can continue with the second session of the presentations. Kindly come back. You can pick your coffee. Once you pick your coffee, kindly settle down. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, so welcome back, colleagues. So I want just to confirm because we'll have 4 presenters. We'll start with Dr. Jordan Chongo. Jordan, is Jordan in? Jordan, okay, thank you, Jordan, thank you. Jonas Tesfu from Pangea. Jonas Tesfu. Is Jonas there? Thank you, thank you. Jonas, then I know Winnie had seen Winnie. Winfred from Business Sweden. Is she back in the room? I'd seen her around, eh? Yeah. And then we have Tom Walsh. Tom? Sam, okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you, yeah. Yeah, so allow me to invite our first presenter, Dr. Jordan Chongo, who is head of the East Africa Research and Innovation as part of FCDO. So, Daktari, welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah. Round of applause for Daktari. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I know it's hard to get your attention when we've enjoyed a good fast session, but it's an honor to be here. I'd like to, first of all, just acknowledge all the distinguished guests in absentia, so the Swedish ambassador to Kenya, and the PAs from the State Department for Investment, Trade and Industry, the Center Director for the Stockholm Environment Institute of Africa, Connor, and all distinguished guests. It's an honor to be here this morning on behalf of the UK government to make a couple of statements. So mine will be quite short. And then if you see me walk away, it's not in protest. It's just because there's a meeting that I'm supposed to be going to join. But it's really good. I think for me, just even before I start reading the statement, it really makes me happy to see countries and partners collaborating, which is really what my short speech is about. In an environment when there's a lot of competition and fragmentation, it's really good to see people collaborating, so for the common good. So I'm delighted to be here this morning at the Kenya-Swedish Bioeconomy Business and Innovation Fair, and to see so many stakeholders coming together to drive forward this exciting sector of the economy, which we believe offers tremendous potential to promote economic growth, as was mentioned in the morning, job creation, which was also mentioned in the morning, and sustainable development, and to address social and economic challenges through innovations in health, agriculture, and industry. Today's event, for which I would like to commend our partners from the Embassy of Sweden, Business Sweden, and the Stockholm Environment Institute, and KEPSA, so the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, for organizing, is a testimony and a testament to the power of global partnerships in action in a world that is increasingly fragmented and self-serving. So really good to see collaborations in this sense, as I mentioned. Today is an example of the role of international collaboration and what it can play in driving innovation and development as we bring together experts from the global north and the global south to form new partnerships and find ways of working together in a way that can unlock the potential of Kenya's economy, but also of partner countries' economies. So this is, as was mentioned, is beneficial to all the partners who are on the table. Representing the UK's East Africa Research and Innovation Hub, based at the British High Commission in Nairobi, with a focus on promoting generation of high-quality research and evidence on the region and building enduring partnerships to promote science, technology, and innovation, we are proud to be collaborating with partners from Kenya, but also from Sweden, including those who are represented here, and there are many of you that we've worked with over the last couple of years, to support the development of a new bioeconomy and bioscience innovation cluster, which we believe will be crucial in driving research, innovation, collaboration in the sector in a way that can enable more businesses like the ones we are seeing here today, not just from Kenya, but from across the continent, to thrive and to scale. Over the past 6 months, a group of key stakeholders led by the Kenya National Innovation Agency and actively supported by the Stockholm Environment Institute and the Swedish Embassy, we have been working together to sow the seeds for this new innovation cluster. And it's really good to see also our partners from Nakosti here who've been part of this collaboration. So the Kenya government is really embedded and deeply partnering in this work. This cluster is envisioned as a self-sustaining and talent-led platform that will bring together key stakeholders from academia, government, private sector, and development partners in a coordinated effort to translate science into impact. When I came in, I sat next to a gentleman from the Kijani Smile Limited, Samuel, and we had a good conversation about the work that they're doing using black soldier flies to develop a number of things, including virgin oil, but also fertilizer for their 6-acre farm, but also for other people who are part of their ecosystem in Kilifi. So a really good example of people who are using science to be able to impact the economy, and we're hoping to see a lot more of this. And walking through, seeing really good innovations as well in the expo behind us, and even some really beautiful. I really like the stall by Woodlife Sweden. It's really beautiful. I see them waving very happily there, and I found it actually quite coincidental that if you walk in the foyer outside there, there's a lot of work that has been done with wood. So really good recycling and circular economy. And I met also people who do some circular economy work using recycling wastewater to be able to do some stuff around your home. So this is really good. We hope that this cluster will be able to promote new pathways for commercialization, foster greater collaboration, and align bioscience research and innovation with industrial deployment and societal needs. To complement the excellent work that the Stockholm Environment Institute and KEPSA have been doing, mapping of the bioeconomy in Kenya, the UK government has commissioned a national landscaping and mapping of the bioscience sector in Kenya. This is a robust study that will provide an assessment of the current state of innovation within the biosciences and bioeconomy in Kenya, which will identify subsectors that offer the most potential for innovation, investment, and growth, as well as presenting insights and recommendations on forward-looking opportunities and areas of investment. We are really keen that this study and the work that we're doing is as inclusive as possible. And so if you're interested, and this is building on the work and the report that has just been launched, if you're interested in plugging in to understand what questions will be asked and which sectors we'll be following up on, please, I have two of my colleagues in the room here today. So Dr. Emmeline Skinner, who's right here in the front, she's waving, and Mwendo Kelly, who's seated right there at the end. So please reach out to either of them after this and have a chat with them so that you're both invested in developing the questions that we want to ask as part of this study, and also when the results come out that you're also cited on them, because like I said, we are very keen that this is as inclusive as possible as part of our work. So we are excited to be working with the Stockholm Environment Institute and the Embassy of Sweden in events such as this, where a number of ventures that we've supported as the UK are also part of the exhibitors at the back. We believe that events like this and partnerships such as the ones we're building through the Bioscience Economy Cluster will be critical for bringing more stakeholders on board, for attracting more investment into this critical sector, and creating stronger linkages between partners in Sweden, Kenya, the UK, and beyond. I look forward to meeting more of you today and learning more about your work. I've already done a bit of that. As I said, if you see me living, it's not in protest, but my colleagues are here. We are very happy to engage. We are very happy, especially in an environment where resources are limited, to be able to collaborate with each other and see how we can leverage each other's resources to be able to have an impact in the economy here, but also in the UK and in Sweden and beyond. So thank you very much for inviting us, and looking forward to the rest of the sessions.
Thank you, Daktari. A round of applause again for that wonderful presentation. Yeah, we are happy that this can give us opportunity to complement and further this kind of work with the UK government and, of course, with the support of Swedish Embassy. So allow me to invite Jonas. Jonas, welcome. From Pangea, which is a business accelerator. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Just before I start, is it possible to project the presentation? All right. As I'm getting the presentation going, let me introduce myself. So before getting started, I just wanted to acknowledge all the honorary participants that've been here. My name is Jonas Tesfaye. I invest in startups. I've been doing this since 2014 as an angel investor, 11 years. And thank you. And as Pangea Accelerator for the past 8 years. So we have worked with almost 400 startups and businesses as of now. These are businesses from Kenya, majority of them, but also from Tanzania. We have accelerators in Ethiopia, and we also done Pan-African accelerators. We operate as an investor and an accelerator. So when we do programs, we get to know a lot of interesting businesses, and the ones that we really believe in, that we find coachable, it's a good dynamic, where we can support in creating unfair advantages, we invest. That's basically how we operate. With that said, I'm still waiting on the slide, so I'm just, improvising, not improvising, but I'm just going through the slides. So another thing that's really great with us is that we have very interesting investors, okay? One of our lead investors is Asini Capital. They're a Norwegian family office. So together with Asini, we have also built a hospital in Kisumu. It's called Lisa Hospital. It's a level 4 hospital, 100-bed in Kisumu. We also have a school, Christian Sam School, and a democracy festival called Know Your Leaders. This is, for you who are from Sweden, you've probably been to Almedalsveckan. Yeah, we created our own in Kenya, where we had 40,000 participants. Yeah, we're trying. All right, so that was about our lead investor. Now, here it comes. I think we can skip to like slide number 7 or something. Great, so this is some of the metrics. We've, through our programs, it's been about $35 million invested, and then we've done a lot of accelerator programs. We work with a lot of different investors and a lot of development partners. All right, I think we can move to the next slide. So when we work with businesses, being an impact investor, we look a lot in terms of what is the impact KPIs. CO2 absorbed, job creation, financial inclusion, waste upscaled. But basically, how do we connect investments we've done with impact created, okay? This is very important because we consider ourselves being an impact player. Even though we have the name of being an investor, we still probably run the most affordable women hospital in Kenya. Or some of the, either way, we do a lot of impact. But because we're not a non-profit, we call it an investor, people get confused. But we're an impact investor, okay? We invest to do good. Right. So there's a few things I wanted to speak about that doesn't have to do with Pangea, but more about how we can do collaboration between Sweden and Kenya. So I think if we can move a few slides. Another one. All right, so if we can stop here. So being Pangea, we have worked with amazing entrepreneurs. I just want to speak a little bit about them. Number one, I don't know if you know Gijenge Makers. They've made a lot of splash for the past years. We worked with them 6 years ago before they became UN Earth Champions, which is awesome. She's a role model for African youth on how to, in sustainability, appointed by the UN environment. I just want to be clear on that. We have Agritech Analytics. They use IoT solar-powered crop and soil sensors to get 97% accuracy on alerts and reports. Really, really smart. Let's move to the next. We have a lot of them. Grow Agric works more on the financing, digital record, and getting diaspora to invest in agri. Why diaspora? Who is the biggest investor in Africa? Come on, $100 billion a year. Diaspora. Yeah, it's bigger than the biggest pool of money coming into Africa is the diaspora and has been the diaspora for a very long time, okay? So connecting diaspora money to agriculture makes a lot of sense. Mysotile works with MIT now. They got an investment from MIT. They take agriculture waste and create stuff that you see in the roof, these tiles, construction material, stuff we usually buy from Germany, funny enough. Let's move to the next. Then we have Duca, works with logistics, amazing startup, helped them raise about $2 million. Aquarich Fishery, we work a lot within the blue economy space, and Kenya has a lot of potential. These are just some of the businesses. We can move to the next now. So I want to speak about the opportunity window, because there's a lot of opportunities for Africa and Kenya and Sweden to collaborate, okay? Let's move on. So in 10 years' time, many Nordic companies will regret not focusing on the African market already in 2025. I do believe this. The biggest loser will be the Swedish AB, the Swedish business government. Yeah, because they need to invest now so they get tax revenues in the future. And if you're not investing, guess what? You're not going to have a lot of return of investment, okay? I think we need to really focus on how do we create appetite among Swedish businesses so Sweden has more revenue streams in the future to do good. Because if we don't, guess what? Problems. Move to the next slide. So why don't Nordic businesses establish on the African market? From our experience, it's perceived risk. Okay? It's not real risk, perceived risk. Two different things. Lack of insight and data, a lot. A lack of local partners. Opportunity for profitability and scale is unclear, very. Because if it's not clear, why would you expand and come into a country? You need to have a clear business case. Otherwise, you don't know if you're wasting your time or not. And last one, cost and high barriers of entry. Now, I don't want to blame the Swedish companies because they have a lot of opportunities. So if you're a Swedish company, where do you go first? Your neighbors, Nordic. Then you go to Europe, right? You go to North America, Asia, etc. But then, without knowing it, not good. Why? Because a lot of really smart climate-smart solutions come from the Nordics. And if it's going to take 7 to 10 years for it to hit here, that's not a very smart way of solving some of the biggest urgent problems in Africa. It's not a really good way of unlocking potential in the green economy either, right? So we need to flip this. Move to the next. So some of the problems is basically fragmented ecosystem, high market entry risk, and then we need more hubs. I think Business Sweden is amazing, and they're expanding. They're in 4 areas now. Look at Norway. I'm also a Norwegian citizen. We had one. It's called Innovation Norway in Kenya. They closed down. Sweden has 0 trade offices. I mean, they have to fix it, but, just as a comparison, okay? But we still need more hubs, more platforms for driving collaboration. You can't just peg it on one partner. We need to build an ecosystem. Let's move to the next. So why is now a good opportunity to collaborate between Sweden and Kenya? Number one, the EU Global Gateway. How many here knows what the EU Global Gateway is? All right. 300 billion euros. Remember that. That's EU Global Gateway. So next time you hear it, see 300 billion euros in front of you, okay? It's a huge flagship project to connect EU investment with Africa, okay? Move to the next. The blue economy sector, I have to do some promotion. Huge opportunity, 38 coastal countries in Africa. $300 billion economy. And we're barely scratching it. 70% of the fish you eat in Kenya comes from the Western Kenya, not the coast. Think about it. Move to the next. Africa Free Trade Agreement. I've been hoping for this for a long time, but hopefully now it's moving. One market, free movement of goods, free movement of people. Because right now, scaling and growing within Africa costs too much. And our intra-trade is only 17%. Europe has 70%. We can grow the African GDP 5-fold simply by collaborating with each other. So this is something that we're really hoping for. Next. The China factor. Ooh. 0% tariffs. Did you know about it? For everybody that is growing products. Yeah, that's the China promise. If you want to export to China, 0%. And they're going to keep it for a long time. Why? Because Trump you've all seen his terrorist board, right? And his tables. Lesotho, 80%, blah, blah. Yeah. China goes with 0%. This could be a huge opportunity for many African businesses, agripreneurs, to actually sell. The world is open. Move to the next. Okay, green minerals and fuel the green transition. This is probably the biggest security issue in Europe, together with rare earth minerals. It's not going to be done because you want to, it's a must. It's a must. You've already seen it with Trump. He's making deals with Congo and other things. Why? Because when he was negotiating with China, China said, we're not going to export rare earth minerals, and then suddenly the tariffs went to 25%, and everybody was happy. This is changing. Move to the next. And here comes my favorite one. It's also connected to wood life that you can see over there, the forestry sector. Let's move to the next slide here. So Africa is losing about 4 million acres of land every year. 50% more than the Amazons. Did you know that? That was new, huh? Scary. Main drivers of deforestation, agriculture expansion, heavy reliance on firewood. And African countries import forest and timber for $4 billion a year. That's a lot of money, huh? So why am I speaking about Sweden? Now we go to the next slide. Sweden is a powerhouse in forestry. Employs about 140,000 people, contributes to 2% of GDP. Digital and technological innovation, monitoring management, shift from not only log, but also bioplastic and a bunch of other things, okay? And they've been able to grow the forest coverage with 60% since 1950. Who needs to do this? African continent. But Sweden has also made a lot of mistakes. Cross-cutting, monoculturism, etc. So what if we took the best of Sweden and also the learnings from Sweden, get investors, expertise, value chain in play, climate organization, research institutions to invest in the forestry sector? Because we need to do something with the deforested land. What better than to grow trees and start restoring nature? Next slide. Yeah, I think that was it. So that was some of the opportunities I think that I see between Sweden and Kenya and beyond. And yeah, with that, I just want to thanks for your attention and wish you a wonderful summit. Thank you.
Once again, I kindly appreciate him again. I think that was a powerful presentation. Yeah, and also the opportunity, I think this gives a good platform of why you need to visit the booths and also why the booths need to talk to each other to see how do they explore these opportunities which have been shared here. So thanks a lot, Jonas, for that. Allow me to invite Winnie Winfred Kiare from Business Sweden. Lauda. Welcome, Winnie.
Good morning, or is it almost afternoon? Good morning. My name is Winfred Kiare, and I'm a consultant at Business Sweden. And for the past few months, we have been working together with my colleague here, Michelle Wanyang, together with the SCI to basically, we had a puzzle, and the puzzle was had two pieces, one of them being the Kenyan MSMEs and the other being the Swedish actors. And with this puzzle, we were trying to see if we can connect the two to bring something, the bigger picture of what we are calling today advancing bioeconomy space in Kenya. And for the Kenyan MSME, we saw great potential, great ideas when it comes to the bioeconomy initiative building and financing instruments, but they also building and financing instruments, but they also need the local knowledge. And so that is where the Kenyan MSMEs come in. And once we have that together, we create an ecosystem that can scale up and also can create jobs. So to start us off, I'll just give a run through on the agenda. Next slide, please. And for us, I'll just give an introduction of who we are as Business Sweden. I think Pangea has mentioned that Business Sweden and Innovation Norway are trade promotion. So I'll give a brief introduction and then we will have a look at the assignment, and then we'll have a look at the insights that we got from the companies that are operating in Kenya, and lastly, the areas of collaboration. Next slide, please. So the short explanation of who Business Sweden is we open doors. And by opening doors, I mean we work with Swedish companies that want to grow their global sales. And we also work with international companies that want to discover Sweden and invest in Sweden. And this is how we do it is, next slide, please. So we are in more than 50 markets. And with these markets, we have more than 400 colleagues, 400 people who are local hires who understand the local environment. So for Africa, we have 4 markets, one of them being Kenya, and Kenya is in charge of East Africa. We also have an office in Johannesburg in charge of Southern Africa, Casablanca in charge of North Africa, and we recently opened an office in Lagos. And so our main sectors are the leading global sectors that Sweden is known for. One being smart industry, smart energy. Maybe you know ABB, Hitachi, those are Swedish. Smart transport as well, Volvo, Scania, the Scania buses and trucks. We also have life sciences, AstraZeneca. Digital technologies, we have Spotify, also creative industries and food. So when it comes to our mandate, it's quite unique because we are half owned by the government of Sweden and also by the private sector. So when it comes to the private sector, our mandate is shaped by what the needs of the companies are. And sometimes the needs of the company is to grow or to enter into new markets. And so we support with market expansion. If the needs are to grow their sales faster, we support with sales acceleration. If the needs are to work with governments in the different markets, we support with B2G strategy, as well as stakeholder mapping and stakeholder analysis. And lastly, if we have companies that are interested in us supporting them with operations, business operations, we support them. So when it comes to the government mandate, I'll just mention 2, and one of them being the ecosystem growth programs. And these ecosystem growth programs, at least in Africa, in infrastructure projects, specifically SGR, at least in Tanzania and Uganda, that has been our main programs that we have been supporting. And also maybe in future, we will also have ecosystem programs in bioeconomy based on the interest and also the assignments from the government, the Swedish government, that is. Next slide, please. Next. Yes, thank you. So when it comes to this assignment with the SEI, it was very specific, and our mandate was to map out the MSMEs that are in Kenya, that are Swedish, and also those that are in Sweden that could also have interest in Kenya. And so our ask was to know the products or the services and the technology that they are involved in, and also to understand the challenges or the needs in the Kenyan market that they could be interested in solving. And lastly, to get to understand the local collaboration or areas of collaboration that they would be interested in, or partnership, which my colleague will take us through later. Next slide, please. So So as part of this work, we spoke directly with the Swedish companies that are already active or interested in the Kenyan bioeconomy. And the good news is, as you can see, Sweden is not starting from zero. We already have real contribution happening on the ground. And so across these engagements with the companies, we saw 3 clear messages. One of them, that Kenya is ready to collaborate and the market is open for innovation. 2, that Swedish strengths align very well with Kenya's bioeconomy priorities. And lastly, that companies are not just looking to sell, they are also looking to create value locally and also partner. So I'll just give a brief of some of these companies. I'm sure some of them you have heard of them, including Tetra Pak, which is the food packaging and a major contributor to Kenya's dairy value chain. We also have WeEffect. WeEffect is not a company, it's a non-profit organization that has been working with Kenya for decades, supporting cooperative models as well as farmer groups and community-led climate-smart agriculture. So for Spaudi, it's a startup that just started in 2025 in Kenya, and their solution is in solar-powered drip irrigation. For Scania, you know them. They are in trucks and buses, and they are also recently focusing on low-carbon logistics, specifically biofuels. Billerud is also similar to Tetra Pak. They have sustainable packaging solution materials, and they are relevant for food and industrial applications. And some of their clients are Mombasa millers. So when it comes to BCC, BCC is not present in Kenya. They mostly operate from South Africa, but they have some projects, and their projects are mostly in Rift Valley, specifically Naivasha. And they are focused on forestry solutions and containerized seedling production. We also have Alfa Laval. Alfa Laval provides energy-efficient processing solutions in food, water, and circular industrial systems. Lastly, we have Renetec. Renetec has a subsidiary called Ecobora, and in Kenya, they are mostly working with renewable energy solutions, specifically for schools, providing clean cooking solutions there. And I think after this, we'll have more, we'll engage more with Renetec to understand their solutions. Next, please. So to just give you some insights that we got from the companies, please. Next slide. So as we spoke with the Swedish companies active in Kenya's bioeconomy, 3 very consistent insights emerged, and they tell us exactly where the biggest opportunities lie. One of them being that Kenya's business climate is very cluster specific. I think when we attended the first workshop, we had divided the MSMEs into different clusters, and as you can see on the booklet. So from our engagement with the companies, we got the insight that the market is quite dynamic, and the sector behaves very differently. So for packaging and dairy, the market is mature and well-structured, but packaging has been facing unique challenges, specifically with import duties. When it comes to bioenergy, the opportunity is quite huge, but the market is quite young, and this can be seen with the policies and frameworks that are still not very well developed. So success in this sector then means that it has to be very targeted, and it cannot be one-size-fits-all strategies. When it comes to regulations, it's also very sector-specific, and Swedish actors see a lot of innovation in Kenya, but they also say that policy needs to keep pace with the new technologies that are coming up. And this is in specific areas like circular packaging and biogas logistics, where there is need for clear standards, as well as market-enabling regulations and supportive procurement rules. Lastly, when it comes to financing, there is need to unlock the financing ecosystem. And that's because we see a lot of promising ideas that are stuck in the pilot stage because the financing is quite expensive. Because of time, I've had to hide some slides, but one of them that I showed the last time we had a workshop in November was on Team Sweden. And with that, we had different, what we call Team Sweden stakeholders, and this is Business Sweden. We also have the embassy supporting with dialogue. We also have EKN, which is the export credit guarantees. Swed Fund that supports with financing, especially for feasibility studies, and SEK. So I think the call to action, especially for Team Sweden and Swedish actors, is that we can support this space, be it in financing, technology transfer, or capacity building, to unlock the potential that is already ongoing. Something is already being done. We just need to work together. And with that, I will invite my colleague to give us the last bit, which was on the areas of collaboration.
Thank you, Winnie. I think in line with what Jonas from Pangea had brought into light is that it's important for Nordic or Swedish companies to invest a lot into the African region. And a lot of questions as to why exactly are we pushing from this Swedish and African collaboration opportunity. So from the first is that, of course, we know Swedish companies are governed by strong environmental standards, and they have rigorous climate laws, and they have high renewable energy use, which is essential for the bioeconomy space. They also have a huge stronghold in terms of innovation and advanced technology, which is an important factor towards the advancement of bioeconomy space. Next slide. Exactly, but to narrow down specifically in what sectors or industries do we have Swedish companies working in, and what benefits or what companies or what areas can we look into Swedish companies for expertise or collaboration opportunities. So the first industry, we have packaging industries. As my colleague mentioned, we have Tetra Pak, which is very, and the key areas of collaboration include recycling of post-consumer cartons, circular food packaging systems, technology transfer in terms of extrusion and molding, basically in terms of separating the commodities where you have the paper commodity and we have the plastic commodity. And other opportunities include SME capacity building in terms of waste valorization, which is basically means transforming waste into more consumable products. Then in the next area is in the agro-processing. We have the value addition in dairy, avocado, and forestry. So Swedish companies have a stronghold in terms of supporting for example, in avocado, processing of avocado oil. And we have companies like Alfa Laval that are also based here in Kenya, which can be able to contact in terms of support for the same. We have circular food innovations, and we have, for example, WeEffect that is supporting in the cooperative agribusiness development. So in the event that you have a SACCO or a cooperative and you're looking to advance your work in terms of support in terms of more capacity building or in the business engagement side, WeEffect is an example of a company you can contact. Then in terms of food processing, as same, we have the food and beverage industry, heat recovery, bio-based chemical development, bio-based industrial processing technology, energy efficiency, and waste to resource innovation. An example of a company that is showcasing today, we have Iriot, which is also a company that is supporting in terms of wireless irrigation automation systems. So if you have, the traditional way of irrigating is you have pipes connected in different areas. Iriot can be able to support you because they have sensors and more technology advanced ways of irrigation. Next slide, please. Yes, another avenue in which Swedish companies can be able to collaborate with Kenyan entrepreneurs or farmers is we have solar-powered irrigation and water-efficient farming, same as Iriot, and we also have Spaudi as well. I think you can be able to look into the booklet as well for further contact information. Data-driven training and monitoring, and maybe to just go back to water-efficient farming, We have grow pipes as well that have modular water vertical farming solutions as well. Then in forestry, we have reforestation and seedling propagation. I think this was mentioned by my colleague, and the companies are based here. And we have carbon sequestration and certification systems, basically collecting carbon dioxide from the environment and transferring it and reducing the CO2 exposure in the environment. Then we have agribusiness, we have the biofertilizer adaptation, regenerative farming practices, as I mentioned, the cooperatives, and in transport, my colleague mentioned Scania, which does a lot of work in terms of biogas for transport and logistics. And we have on-farm biodigesters and biofertilizers. So I think what we're saying throughout the whole ecosystem, from production or pre-production, up to production and sales, up to value addition, we have a lot of Swedish companies that can be able to come in to support and give their expertise, and then supporting in your continuous production of the same. And just to mention other companies that we have today, we have Ecobora that has a solar-powered solution, and they also support when it comes to the bioeconomy, is they collect residue, for example, from the sugarcane that is harvested. So when you make sugar, there's sugarcane residues, and they transform it into pellets, and these pellets are then able to fire up different clean energy systems for like schools and other facilities. Another company that we have today that you can be able to talk to is EcoBash, that also does the same in terms of converting waste into biochar, bio-oil, and syngas while capturing carbon at the source. So these are some of the companies that we have here, amongst others that are in the booklet that you can be able to see and you can be able to talk to in terms of opportunities you can be able to collaborate with Swedish companies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Winfred and Michelle, for that collaboration and taking us through where the opportunities for collaboration between Swedish companies and Kenyan companies. So thank you for that. Yeah. Kindly allow me to invite Tom Walsh from Renetech. This you have experience both in Kenya and Sweden. You can just pitch in terms of what are some of the opportunities and your experience conducting business in these two. If you have a question, just note it. Maybe you might not have opportunity to ask all, but maybe you can just take them and then we can directly engage with the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Maybe we can pull up the slides as well. I was going to ask a few questions first, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs in the room. So if we put up your hand if you view getting market as your issue in your business, as your challenges, right? So everyone in the room that feels getting the market is a problem for them, put up their hands. There's only a few here that view the market as an issue. Second question. Some of you are in the manufacturing business. You manufacture a product. You do it from various different types of waste, or you may be growing particular products, and you're producing product to the market. So your process, your innovation, technical gaps, do you view that as an issue for you? Is that an issue? Or it's not an issue at all? And hands up, anyone? Okay, so there's very few. So it doesn't seem to be many challenges in these businesses. But then maybe take the last one, financing of your business. Financing, how is that for people? Yeah, there's much more on the financing side. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes here to talk about the bioeconomy and just talk from a Swedish business perspective, because that's what we were asked to do. We have been active in sub-Saharan Africa and in Kenya. I think we did our first project back in 2007, and very active, I would say, for the last 10 years. So we've gone through a bit of a journey. I think you can go on to the next slide. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so we've been always working in bioeconomy value chains for a very, very long time. And personally, it has been my belief that bioeconomy for sub-Saharan Africa is maybe its fourth industrial revolution, because it has inherent competitive advantages in comparison to other parts of the world. Maybe some parts of Asia have saved in terms of being able to have a couple of harvests and producing large volumes of residues. And those residues have, in recent times, gone through different innovation processes and can produce value-add products. So I'm going to talk about the journey of how to get there to various different value-add products from a bioeconomy perspective, and also talk about the challenges in terms of growing business. Next slide, please. I mean, we have been involved in different sectors, mainly from a project development perspective, and those are on smaller projects, but also everything up to what I call the FID, or financial investment decision. And obviously, growth and finance and growing your business is extremely important to all of you. Next slide, please. These are some of the project locations that we're currently working on or have worked on. Next slide, please. And these are some of the customer references, both private companies and institutional. And we do a lot of work as well for various different venture funds that are engaging with this part of the world. Next slide, please. So I thought maybe I can give you different cases. This is a mass energy balance for ethanol production from a biofuel perspective. So you can see there's 1 ton of cane gives you 75 litres of ethanol, but you also have other byproducts, which in the case of the mud and the vinasse can go back to the field in terms of producing fertilizer, biofertilizer, and you also have biogas production, which produces energy for the actual plant. And next slide, please. So I'd like to talk about our journey with Ecobora, where Ecobora is a Kenyan company. We're a significant minority shareholder. We have been engaged together on a journey for the last 8 years. There's a stand there that you can go and visit the team. And I would say that this is based around institutional cooking. And as you may be aware, innovation around the institutional cooking side hasn't changed that much in the last 50 or 60 years. So there has been a portfolio product launched. The factory is based in Kajiado County on a 3-acre site. So there's certainly capacity there to produce up to 100 units a month without any difficulty. So if there's anybody there interested in the audience for an institutional cook stove, please come and talk to us. We're open for business and you're happy to take your order. Next slide, please. And by the way, this sector, go back to the last slide. This sector is the second biggest contributor or taker of forest usage in Kenya on an annual basis. And this is the factory in Kajiado, so you can see the team there, young technicians and engineers that are manufacturing the product. We have a new stove that's on the stand today, which is the first pellet stove, which is using bagasse pellets, just launched for this event. So we're expanding the portfolio, and the bagasse pellets are manufactured in Kenya by a company called EcoSafi. So we're engaging with the full value chain all the ways from the waste through to the manufacturing, through to actually producing the product. And there's a nice 3-minute video there, which we can certainly share with you, which you can see some of the manufacturing process. And those that are particularly interested, you're most welcome to visit the factory. We have delegations there nearly every second week that can come and visit. So please, on to the next slide, please. So now I want to talk about collaboration between a Swedish company and a Kenyan company, and how that works, and what are the areas that perhaps we can work together. And certainly there are some key areas, I would say, that we have noticed over the last 8 years, particularly around the design and innovation around the product. Justin Abuga, who's the CEO of Ecobora, spent a month in Stockholm and Sweden in October of this year, where we were looking, in actual fact, at the manufacturing value chain, and that was for the components, some of the components, because most of the manufacturing is actually happening in Kajeto County, but there were specific components that are important to our product that we felt that we were already importing those from other parts of the world, and we didn't feel comfortable enough with the quality control and the specification of that particular component. So we did an extensive sourcing visit, I would say, with a variety of Swedish companies, and luckily enough we were able to find two critical components that are very important to us that were produced at scale in those businesses. One business was doing 35 million units on an annual basis, and they do 300 different prototypes a year, and they were extremely keen to talk to us, and they said, you know, we do 300 different prototypes a year, we don't know which one is going to be the absolute success. So they placed their bets on different products. So that discussion, they were very friendly, and that negotiation and also that product development is continuing. So I think from a Swedish company perspective, there are opportunities in terms of some sub-components in the business. And you'll notice on the stand over there, we also have in the pellet burner, we have a burner which is coming from Ulma, which is a Swedish company. So new product development partnerships are very important. Carbon finance in this sector is a big area. It's very important, and sometimes when you're looking at the financing of your product, it's equally as much innovation around how the school is able to purchase at a cost competitive level, because typically for an individual school or institution, in this particular case, it's a operational cost that comes out of the school fees on a quarterly or term basis. So how do you sell a CapEx product in that situation? So you need to do as much innovation around your financing model as you do around your actual technical and manufacturing model. Then are there challenges? Yes, there are lots of challenges. So I don't think it's a good idea to say to people that if you come to any market or if you come to the Kenyan market, that it's necessarily going to be easy, and if you do up your business plan and your financial model, that it's all going to run according to that plan. Probably not. It's going to be, I would say, if you do your financial model, it's 2 or 3 times longer it takes you. So you have to be extremely patient. You have to be aware of things like after-sales service. If you send technicians out to a rural school that's maybe 2 or 3 hours down a unpaved road, to fix a particular issue, it's going to cost you at least $1,000. So your after-sales cost is going to be significant. You have very long sales cycles. I just remember we received an email from a prospective client in January of 23, and that system was installed in September of this year. So it's almost 2 years. So you have to be very resilient in terms of having a very good customer service and sales team that continuously follows up on these prospects. So very patient capital. And is there patient capital? There is patient capital out there. I can say that yesterday I was talking to one of the very large global insurance companies. I won't mention their name because just in case there's anyone from the media in the room. But they were saying that They were looking very actively at sustainable investments and in terms of putting back Kenyan shillings into sustainable investments in the Kenyan market and likewise in the Ugandan market. And how do you find ways to do that? And that's very large volumes of capital. Today, that money goes into buying Kenyan bonds, which obviously finances the government. But if you stream a piece of that off into the sustainable investment, obviously it can have a very high economic impact. Next slide, please. These are just some of the challenges that I would say that we have come across in our time here. You can have a very large pipeline of projects, which typically we do have, but the journey from taking that project to a financial close can be a long one, and there are many different elements to that. Also, the other time, just talking from a European perspective or a Swedish perspective, face time is very important in this market, and Swedish entrepreneurs need to be prepared to spend lots of time in the market. And also, we generally say you need to have 4 meetings here for every 1 meeting that you would have in Europe. So the face time is critical from that perspective. Next slide, please. I just thought I'd mention this briefly. We do some work with the International Energy Agency as well, and this is around beaker to bucket, to barrel to bunker. And just to say that another area of collaboration is around some of the residues like rice husk, sisal waste, hyson. I actually got a question on hyson on the Nile, and also in relation to Lake Victoria, and how you can convert that into ethanol. But in the EU, they have a very large research and development projects, mechanisms that look at, for example, different residues. How can you produce marine biomass for the marine industry? And they look actively at different residues. So there's openings there for collaboration in terms of between both here and there, because typically these projects have budgets of around 10 million euros. So they're very quite significant budgets over a number of years. So you have opportunities there to engage in that and build, leave somebody else take some of the hard work in terms of the testing and so on. And then when it's fit for purpose, you can actually migrate it to this particular environment. But just remember that mostly beaker to bucket is in the lab and the research area. When you move to barrel, you're starting to talk about finance of $50 million and up. It's project finance. The requirements are very different. Typically, where you have a challenge in innovation is going from bucket to barrel. That's typically where everyone talks about scaling a business. How do you scale a business? Everyone wants to scale. All the venture capitalists want to scale. The financiers want to scale. But typically, what we have found over the last 10 or 15 years is that the challenge, a lot of the challenge lies in the bucket to barrel area. The barrel is about 60 litres. And of course, when you go into the bunker area, you're talking billions of dollars. But this is also an opportunity for I would say Kenya and East Africa, these value chains, because these value chains are actually emerging and demand is growing for bio-oils in marine, in sustainable aviation fuel and many other areas, and that demand is going to continue to grow. And the Global South, and we should remember in terms of Global South, that half of Africa sits in the Global South and half sits in the Global North. I think sometimes we actually forget that. So there's kind of there's a bonding there that goes on between the Global North and Global South. Next slide, please. So maybe I'll... so keep your burn rates slow. Slow burn rates, very important. Go for longevity rather than spending a lot of capital. So if you're thinking of spending this amount on your development, I would say try and spread that over 3 months. So the key is to keep your burn rates down. Allow your time for iterations of your product and development of your product. Patient capital is absolutely critical. And then maybe I'll just go to the last slide since I'm running out of time. Thank you. No, sorry, the slide before that. So maybe I'll just read this as a takeaway note that you can take with you. Most of us have big dreams for our lives, but when we think about everything we will have to learn and experience to make those dreams a reality, our fears can overwhelm us. Give yourself permission to acknowledge and experience whatever fear shows up along the way and take action anyway. Take one small step after another in the unknown, and you'll be surprised at how quickly the path forward will become clear to you and entirely achievable. So if you have a big problem, break it up into small steps, take each of these steps, and the path will become visible. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Tom, for that elaborate presentation. In fact, I hope the ladder can be applied even beyond transport, maybe in another sector. So, colleagues, because of time, I'll request, and I want to beg you, if you can take your questions directly bilaterally, because we want to have another panel where we have discussants. And I think it took some time at the exhibition area. So kindly allow me just to invite Iva to come and take us through the next panel discussants. Welcome, Iva.
Right. Thanks, Romanus. So we're into this last session before lunch. And maybe we can have the slide for the panel slide intro up. So I'll call, I think we have our panelists here. We have Melin, we have Madeleine, we have Adam, and we have Lucy. Please come up. While I'm waiting, could I have the intro slide, please? So what you can sit down, please, and we. I'm going to introduce you guys. So my name is Ivar Regin. I'm all right. I'm working at SAI, Stockholm Environment Institute, in the Stockholm headquarters, but I've been very involved in this project, Advancing Bioeconomy Development in Kenya. Now, in Sweden, right, we have in Sweden, we could say what is driving the sustainable agenda these days is government, of course, but to a large extent, it's the private sector that is sort of leading way. And now, when we go into the low-carbon economy, the private sector says to the government, come on, you guys are too slow. Give us the incentives, give us the enabling environments. We're there, we're ready to move. The private sector is actually moving. And as you heard this morning by the Principal Secretary of MITI here, mentioning that you young entrepreneurs are, in that sense, creating or playing a huge important role in driving the bioeconomy forward in Kenya. So it's not so much the very large companies, it's the small entrepreneurial companies growing that will play a huge role. Driving low value addition, creating jobs, etc., supporting the green transition. Next slide, please. But these, you enterprise and you entrepreneurs, you have all of your barriers which we talked about this morning. Finance, technical capacity, market connection. So, which is limiting your potential there. And therefore enabling, creating conditions for this sector to grow is important. And this is the task which lies ahead of us and is ongoing, but there's many components to that environment. Next slide, please. So what we've done in this project is we supported the development of bioeconomy roadmaps of 4 clusters, which we'll hear about after lunch. And we also have this fair, which is a platform for co-creating and collaboration and partnership So we're going to talk about these platforms and partnerships and how we go forward and how this business-to-business collaboration between Kenyan companies, but also between Kenyan companies and national companies, UK companies, Swedish companies, European companies, can move forward and how we can support that process. And in that process, next slide, please. Right, take the next slide, please. I have an excellent panel. Next slide, please. Linda Davis, maybe not here. Do we have Linda here? Sorry. Great. CEO, founder of Giraffe Bioenergy. Welcome. We have Adam Öjdal, advisor, working at the embassy here. We have Chris Martinell, Trade Commissioner, Business Sweden. We have Ellen Skinner, UK High Commission, FCDO. And Lucy Kepsa, an Enterprise Private Sector Alliance. So, with this, next slide, please. We have a couple of themes that we are going to discuss. Hopefully, we'll get this. First are the reflection about how to sort of, how do we promote this business-to-business collaboration and cluster interaction. And then also the second theme we're going to touch on, how to create this enabling environment for this to happen, for the bioeconomy to advance, for you entrepreneurs ahead, for development to happen, and how could we ensure that we have in the forefront as well the environmental sustainability, environmental safeguards integrated into it. And what are the next steps? Is this better maybe? What are the next steps forward in this process? So starting with the first question, just your general reflections on this process that we are in now. So maybe I'll start far end. Adam, you can, and basically we have roughly 1 hour, but we can sort of speed it up in a sense. So not very long answers. So we try to sort of just give your reflections.
Yeah, thank you. I think from my end it's quite simple. We have done this process now for about a year, right? And that has given us a lot of good insight on it's basically a market analysis, right? We know what we have on the Swedish side and we know what we have on the Kenyan side. And the next step is just basically to get concrete from here, right? And make sure that business are actually happening. And there is a toolbox for that I think we will come into a bit further. But I mean, that's the kind of next steps we need to discuss. How do we concretize this going forward?
Great. We move along. Madeleine.
Yes, I think that this is excellent. I think what we're doing here is connecting the dots. And from our point of view, this process has been very efficient. We have now started to see and mapped the Swedish companies and the Kenyan companies, and to really understand where do we have the needs, where do we have the capabilities, and where can we really collaborate. And I think that's what we're on the journey to do now. Of course, there's always also we have identified things that we can do more, and of course looking into like financing tools and things like that. But in general, I think this has been a very good process.
Great. Emmeline, we talked a lot about Swedish companies, but there's also you have UK companies here. You're here, FCDO, making this. You have done this study on mapping the innovation, bioscience innovation landscapes. So, is the UK perspective a bit different here than the Swedish perspective, or how do you see this process?
Yeah, thank you. No, I think the UK perspective and the Swedish are very aligned, actually, and I think we're seeing a shift
in the kind of geopolitics and the development landscape globally, with a much stronger focus now on investment, how we bring in the private sector, how can we align and use development funding to catalyse more private sector investment in areas like the bioeconomy, which I think this morning we spoke so much about how critical it is for job creation, for economic growth, for sustainable development. So I think the way many different bilateral partners, whether British, Swedish, others, are moving is similar. And I think there's a lot of similar interests. It's great to see many of the companies here today, which are working with Swedish enterprises, have also engaged with British programs over time, and I think a lot of alignment. And what I like about this program is how we're finding ways to collaborate and partner better. And I think there's a huge value in the mapping that's been done, the creation of the clusters, and really building those partnerships, enabling us to work better, to share data, to share insights. And I think we need more of that collaboration, because I think in a world of declining development resources, certainly we need to work together more.
Great. So you can see sort of UK, Swedish, EU, kind of European, East African type of sort of Kenyan process in a sense. Okay, from the KEPSA perspective, KEPSA being, organizing all these companies in Kenya, so I guess, what's the KEPSA perspective here?
I hope you can hear me. So maybe just to explain how I'm sitting here shortly. Myself, I'm an engineer running a company called EcoCycle, focusing on recycling sewage back to reusable water. And rightfully why I sit here is because we tap onto bioorganisms, microorganisms to recycle sewage to reusable water. So I'm a member of the KEPSA Environmental Sector Board, and the reason I'm sitting here. And interestingly, as you speak about Europe, my company is working with a German technology for the last 11 years, and I want to agree with all the points that Tom Walsh brought about. So just to pick out my experience and from the KEPSA angle, I agree that we need a lot of collaboration to be able to work together. As Tom said, in Africa, the cycles of selling, the cycles of how we handle our waste are very different, how we do everything. So before we can uptake technologies, and I'm speaking this from my experience of bringing a German technology, which is similar. We're talking about the EU. For the last 11 years, it's taken a lot of adjustments to modify to the local aspects of the local, because if you just bring a European technology and just plant it in the Kenyan environment, it may not work as it works in Sweden. A simple example is the way our power flickers every moment. So you bring your high-level Swedish technology, not adapted to the power fluctuations, and it just won't work. So we need a lot of collaboration in understanding the local situation. We don't call it challenges. We're just peculiar, we're different. So it's just for the people in the collaboration to understand what are the challenges and what can you capitalize on to be able to allow technology to work. So bioeconomy opportunities are varied in agriculture, in medicine, in engineering, everything around STEM and everything we do. So what will help is having collaborations to understand the local market and a lot of capacity building, which requires, again, funding. So as KEPSA, we would need to lobby with the government to maybe increase the research budget, because again, as we go into recycling, I said we all live and operate differently. Because of the way we manage our waste, in the EU Union, you all separate your waste. So it's easy for you to recycle and take up bioeconomy ideas. But in a situation here where everything is lumped up together, what do you think would be the challenge to uptake a biotechnology that works back in Europe, but here the waste is all lumped up together? So we need a lot of education and awareness creation. So as KEPSA, again, even we need to get involved in the school curriculum development and start empowering our children, the future generation, on what is the importance of separating waste. How do you keep things separate to allow ease uptake of bioeconomy? So those are just some of the ideas, but it is possible cooperating between Africa and Europe to uptake, exchange know-how. And also the Europeans have things to learn, that happen on the ground for the technologies to be able to work. So it's not just bringing and thinking it will work. As you've heard, a cycle can take 2 years for something that happens in Europe in 1 week. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up that aspect of knowledge sharing and knowledge development. Co-creation of knowledge is important there. Linda, being one of the key actors in the Kenyan bioeconomy scene, how do you see this business interaction or sort of business to business or partnerships moving forward from your perspective?
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity. Advancing development of bioeconomies in Kenya. I am so thrilled that such a movement exists, because my comments are going to be very biased towards integrating large-scale agriculture with manufacturing. I do not know of another way to really catalyze a rural bioeconomy outside combining those two robust, resilient ecosystems. Giraffe Bioenergy is developing a cassava to ethanol cooking fuel ecosystem. So in a nutshell, we are growing cassava at large scale in semi-arid areas. We are off-taking that cassava and producing ethanol cooking fuel for communities transitioning away from the use of charcoal and kerosene in the urban areas. Now, that is a wonderful circular economy, because the rural women, predominantly it's women who are growing this cassava in the rural areas, and the consumers of ethanol cooking fuel are the women and communities living in low-income, high-density areas in Nairobi and other urban areas. So I'm very, very thrilled. To answer your question directly, I am yet to enjoy a direct collaboration with European technology, but I heard we've got Alfa Laval, one of my favorite suppliers of processing equipment. So I look forward to having more interactions with European technology, indeed to advance our mission. I was very pleased to hear your remarks earlier on around how we can catalyze rural bioeconomies. And my final remark on this, which is, again, just to congratulate the organizers of this forum, is we have to work together, right? We have to work together and indeed co-create solutions that, in my mind, if we are to achieve our ambitions as a nation in 2030, the SDGs, if we are to achieve any development ambition, I don't see any other way of doing it besides having actual work in agriculture, having actual work in manufacturing and value adding the agricultural product. Not to discredit the digital economy and the AI economy and everything, but this is Africa. This is Africa. If we are going to create livelihoods change, it has to be via a rural bioeconomy.
Lina, could I follow up on that when it comes to sort of, we talk co-creation, and so has there been too little sort of collaboration within Kenya, between Kenyan companies and international companies, in your view?
No, thank you. Again, I can only speak of Giraffe Bioenergy. Indeed, a couple of ways I'm going to answer that question. Has there been that collaboration? From a technological standpoint, I'll give you a clear example. I'm building a biorefinery, 15 million liters of ethanol from cassava. The value of the biorefinery is, roughly $15 million to $35 million. Now, I want you to guess, which economy gave me the $15 million price and which economy gave me the $35 million price for the same piece of kit, right? So from my perspective, I would have appreciated working directly with European technology providers for my biorefinery, maybe even American technology. However, the price points underscores maybe a lack of understanding, maybe, I don't know, of the market with which we play, which some other geographies fully understand. So they are able to provide not an inferior quality product, right, but one that is, understands the reality of the current market. Put another way, I find my experience has been the Europeans over-hedge the risk, the perceived risk. So therefore, the prices of equipment maybe are padded, right, for that Africa risk, whatever that means. And that means that you're pricing yourself out of this market. And I don't think that's what we're trying to do, or certainly we wouldn't be in this conference. So really understanding, right, and having that local presence and really understanding how are others able to price their products more competitively. I'm not saying it has to match euro for euro. That's not what I'm saying. But it also cannot be 5x. So there's got to be a middle ground. What are the Europeans doing?
Thanks a lot for that. Any more comments on these partnership issues that you want to add? Otherwise, we move on to the broader question, in a sense, advancing the Kenyan bioeconomy, but how? Where we talked about partnerships and innovation. What are the key elements there? So I'll allow a new round. Adam.
So I think we heard it already in the presentations earlier that there needs to be, and that is what I hear when I talk to companies as well, is the policy and regulation. There needs to be suitable policy and regulation, or also long-term predictability when it comes to both FDI, foreign direct investments that are coming here, but also for companies that are already here and acting here. They need to know what the rules and regulations are going to be for the foreseeable future, not the ones that are sort of changing on a regular basis. Apart from that, when it comes to actual trade and trading between Sweden and Kenya, I think, as I alluded to before, that we know through this project we have a good understanding of what the market looks like in both the countries, but now it's time to sort of start connecting the dots and see how we can actually facilitate and support that the trade is actually picking up, not only between Kenya and Sweden, but also between Kenya and Europe as a whole. And there the issue about policy and regulation comes back, standards and so on, and food safety and whatever it may be. We need to make sure that there is support for Kenyan companies to know what rules that applies, and so that they can get support to be sort of open for business towards Europe.
Yeah, and we heard Winfried earlier talked about sector-specific policies is important as well. So Madeleine, are you on that issue, the broader perspective?
Yeah, to add on to what Adam is just saying, I think the policies, regulations are very important from both sides for Swedish companies to understand what is actually required from them, and also from the Kenyan side to be clear. So I think that's a platform that it starts there to have clear understandings, and then of course we can, with the tools that we have, and also looking at it from a Swedish perspective where we have, for instance, like Team Sweden, we mentioned it before, my colleagues Winfred and Michelle, we work closely with Swedfund, with NIR, with SEI, with CITA, with the embassies, to really together form what we call Team Sweden, and to support with our different kind of resources.
Yeah, so we're working a lot as the UK in the kind of wider ecosystem about what do we need to do to strengthen the enabling environment for the type of enterprises that are here to scale. And what I think we see so much of in Kenya is incredible innovation and all these great ideas being developed, but they get stuck at that valley of death, right? So lots of small enterprises created, lots of grant financing and seed capital out there to get the innovations into that kind of startup space. But when it comes to the transition to scale, it's just not happening. And I think think that's partly to do with the challenges we've discussed this morning, the fragmentation of the ecosystem. I think it's partly the policies, regulation, the access to finance. But I definitely think that working together, we can address this. And I think one of the big challenges is that we see that so much of the investment capital that comes into Africa is not going into bioeconomy, right? There was some really interesting mapping that I saw last week that's been done by Brighter Bridges, and they were showing that at the seed capital side, we see lots of investment coming. So it's very easy to get early stage financing. But then at the scale level, most investment is chasing low risk, high return. And actually that's in big infrastructure and energy projects. It's not in agriculture, it's not in health, it's not in these kind of innovative businesses. So I think there's a real challenge for all of us to work together in how we create a more enabling environment for the small businesses that we're seeing here to transition, to scale, to access finance, to access markets, to be able to collaborate with businesses in the global north to help them reach that scale. And it was great hearing about the example of Ecobora. That's one of the businesses which we supported through a public-private partnership the UK had called Transform, and it's really great to see it now moving and getting to the next stage. But I think we need more of these kind of partnerships that enable innovative businesses that we're seeing being born in Kenya, growing and scaling.
Right. From a KEPSA perspective, you see, is the environment for SMEs and private sector actors conducive, do you think, in Kenya? Could we do more?
Thank you very much. And if you'll allow me to also ride on a very tangible point that she raised. The environment may be wanting to do all the things, it may be conducive, but what she speaks about plays a very key role into whether technologies from the developed world will really expand here. And I speak again practically as someone that has been dealing with a German technology for the last 11 years, that the feedback I'm always given is that I'm too costly. But what have we done to sustain it with the partner company in Germany? And by the way, I am the Swedish chairperson of the Swedish alumni in Kenya, so don't feel like I'm biased to German. I'm just giving an example of a practical partnership that has happened. So what our partner did to help push, despite the fact that there are other things that are cheaper, first of all, we are sure of the quality we deliver. But the thing is, the people she's talking about are also upping their game in quality. So how do you still beat them as European companies? So you may have to have high-level policies that tweak how you fund your expansions into Africa. Tom has spoken about patient capital. People here would love to have good things that work for a long time, but they don't have the capex money up front. So how can your governments come up with funding policies that align with patient capital? Even as manufacturers, for example, my German manufacturer, he had never sold on credit before. But having come here and studied the market, he finally understood what it means to sell on credit, something he has never done before. So you trust your local representative, give them stock, and allow them to sell and pay you slowly. So even as European companies, you may have to do things you've never imagined you can do to expand into the local market, even as the government creates a conducive market for you to sell your products. So I'm talking a bit of policy tweaking to adapt for you to succeed here, because looking on the eastern side, they are also working. They've worked on improving their quality. So you can no longer say the European product is going to serve you for years and the other one doesn't. It will break down. They are also working on their quality. So how do you still remain competitive and tap this big African market that is available, even as the Kenyan government gives a conducive sector for us to grow? I know when it comes to setting up factories, maybe one of the ways the Europeans could cut down costs is setting up in Kenya. But I know you worry about the cost of setting up, the regulation cost and all. But again, how can we have a government-to-government bilateral agreement to allow the people in bioeconomy to come and set up and perhaps not incur so much cost? Because I believe one of the things that makes European technology expensive is the labor cost. Your labor costs in Europe are really high, not necessarily the material cost. So how can you leverage on labor from other regions and still deliver your quality products? So as KEPSA, we keep pushing the government to also consider those things that we are suggesting to you, that your governments can come and have government-to-government conversations to allow concessional allowing of such setup of factories or industries that will help advance the bioeconomy. I hope I answered your questions.
Great. Linda, I put you on the spot here. Here you have the Kenyan government, the full government here, and you're going to deliver. How, as a business person, what do you want them to do? Yeah.
So Dr. Energy said we're integrating cassava to ethanol cooking fuel, displacing a majority of ethanol that comes from the high seas to serve our local community, right? So we're talking about making farmers in America rich, from Brazil, from other countries that are producing ethanol and selling it on the global market. That is what we are purchasing. Yet in Kenya, we've got the land, the skills, and the regulatory environment, right? So we're saying we can have a thriving rural bioeconomy producing ethanol for our own people. So what can the government do? So there are three key things that I want to touch on that you have to take to create this biorefinery that I speak of. One is the regulatory environment has to be robust. Two, you've got the financing. And three, the technology. So let me talk about the regulatory. And ladies and gentlemen, I bring amazing news from the government of Kenya. I am not a government official, just to be clear. But for us, the enabling environment is robust. We've got a stated mission, universal clean cooking for all by 2030. And guess what? They have a very clear Kenya National Clean Cooking Transition Strategy that we presented in May last year. And the strategy states the following: 50% of Kenyan households targeted for LPG, 30% of Kenyan households targeted for ethanol cooking fuel. Is that not a bioeconomy embedded in national ambition to make sure that its citizenry are cooking healthily? So number one, we already have the regulatory environment. And underneath that, we've got tax incentives. We've got all manner of incentives that the government has put together to ensure that the private sector can thrive, right? Now, we understand that the private sector cannot solve everything. There's got to be a role for government, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. But the market environment is already there for ethanol cooking fuel, certainly, which to me is the biggest driver of bioeconomy. But here's the kicker. When I go and raise financing, I'm talking about my second point here, financing. You know what my foreign investors ask me? What about food versus fuel? Dr. Linda, are you not going to be starving the children of Kenya because you want to take cassava and make ethanol cooking fuel out of it? I usually have to take a few breaths because this is a question that sounds smart, but it is an argument that is not valid, and I'll tell you why. There is no competition between food and fuel, right? And this is why, as practitioners in this bioeconomy, we know, and I'm sure everybody in this room knows this, ethanol or biofuel is always a product of surplus agricultural product. It is never, in no geography, has there been a primary fuel industry when the people are starving. So in the US, ethanol is coming from corn or maize, excess maize. That means they've fed their population, fed their animals, they've made high food, they've done everything. The excess comes into ethanol, right, for the motor fuel industry. Put another way, when they were developing this industry, when there was a focus, right, then productivity highly increased per hectare, which means that they were able to have excess production of maize, and that's why they have a thriving biofuel economy, right? But when it comes to Kenya, for some reason, we are not trusted to make our own decisions. We are not trusted that we will, quote unquote, exploit our arid areas where there is deforestation, unreliable rainfall, nothing grows there. But we put cassava, right? And in Kenya, I don't have to tell you this for the Kenyans, cassava is not a primary food crop, right? It is not maize, for instance, right? I can understand an argument around maize, but we don't eat cassava. So when I grow it on 5,000 hectares, I'm already growing a surplus, right? And with that surplus, we will be able to catalyze food production if indeed Kenyans want to change their peculiar palates and want to eat cassava like the West Africans. So what's my point? A nuanced discussion, geography by geography by geography, rather than a clever sounding argument. I saw West Africans eating cassava. Linda, why aren't you eating the cassava? You're making fuel. So at Giraffe, we say we're standing tall for both food and fuel. We'll grow cassava. If there's a market for food, by all means, that will be the first market. And then the rest will go into ethanol. So that is an argument. I have had the door closed on my face because, this nuanced understanding of how ethanol and bioeconomies develop around the world, for whatever reason, we do not want to apply that same grace to Africans. It is, no, you cannot use cassava for fuel, so we will not give you money.
Right.
Sorry, I get very emotional about this subject because it is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, Linda, we talked about, we had that issue up. How do you sort of marry the bioeconomy advancement with sustainability issues and environmental sustainability? And I think I agree with you. I think they go hand in hand. But it needs to be it needs to be governed. It needs to be we need to have a knowledge-based, sustainable bioeconomy.
Absolutely.
I'm going to have the last round of questions here, but anybody wanted to comment what Linda said about policies and trade issues in a sense? It's perceptions. Madeleine?
Yeah, just to add on to this, what I think is very important and to be more concrete and tangible, that the companies also need to have very clear ESG reporting and know what is expected of them. And what does it mean in reality? What are the targets? How do you measure the targets?
Yeah.
That's really important. It tends sometimes to be very high level, but we need to take it down to kind of real measurable KPIs.
Great. Okay, the last question or the last theme is basically, so how do we take it from here? What are the next steps? So what would you like to do?
I'll go first.
Oh, you can go first, yeah.
Yeah,
and then we
very quickly, look, just if I'm to summarize my comments, right, it's maybe just to underscore that having local understanding, right, of the context with which you want to participate in the bioeconomy would go a long way, because there'll be a deeper understanding. The ESG components will be able to adopt sustainable practices, regenerative agriculture, understand that, the amount of land needed for example, ethanol cooking fuel is 0.0001% of semi-arid land. We are not asking people to stop growing tomatoes for cassava. Just really having a motivation to understand local context, to me, would go a long way towards partnering with the European community and specifically the Swedish community.
Yeah, please, yeah.
So thank you. I totally agree. Adapting to the local context and customizing. When it comes to enterprises or the funding issue, I tend to go radical and say the best funding for me as an entrepreneur is if I have a continuous flow of customers and uptake of my solution or product. So could we all rethink and shift our engagements, not just dishing out money, but creating awareness. So we create awareness about bioeconomy, make it customized, make it localized, so that even the person in the village, the one that is not highly exposed, understands what's bioeconomy and they are able to uptake that. And then as we come up with a localized technology that is synergized to the local user, then we create uptake of repeated and continued users. And for me as an entrepreneur, for me that's the best funding, not being dished out money to buy this product, to set up this company, but getting the continuous flow of people who appreciate and are gaining value from consuming our products and services. To the other thing, I know we are all talking about recycling and all. Recycling can also be dangerous if we are not investing in capacity building and making sure there is quality control and safety in everything that we are doing. So there needs to be more capacity building on safely recycling things and creating products that are safe and quality control. So a lot of research, again, funding into research, and private companies that have funds allocated think about investing in safely training people how to recycle, because at the end of it all, if everybody is recycling without proper capacity building, probably we are producing more dangerous products in the name of recycling. So that is something that I would like to insist on, even as we look at the financial and the commercial aspect of bioeconomy and everything. And also taking it back to the curriculum so that our children from the beginning understand that there is a sector called bioeconomy. As Africans, we already live bioeconomically. Like for instance, our yogurt. Did you know the Swedish in the house? Please try and go to a village and ask, in some regions it's called mursik. Where I come from, we put it in a gourd, we ferment it without using any high technology or power. So as Africans, we have a lot of practices that are already bioeconomical, tapping into microorganisms and nature. So it helps to understand what is already locally existing, then we synergize and work together, and then the uptake is easier and there's sustainability in it. I could go on and on.
Yeah, great. This is how the bioeconomy unfolds and will unfold in Kenya and East Africa. Great. Emmeline.
Great. So in terms of next steps, when you say where do we go from here? I mean, I think that ABDK has really been an incredible kind of stimulus to this sector, right? Raising awareness about the potential of the sector, bringing people together. And I think our challenge now is how do we sustain that going forward? Speaking as a representative of the UK, as an international partner, what do we see as our role here? One of the things that we really want to do is to continue creating partnerships. And one of the ways that we want to do this is through the Bioeconomy Bioscience Innovation Cluster, which the Kenyan National Innovation Agency is really keen to promote, which Stockholm Environment Institute has been really key partner in helping to get this moving. We're bringing together partners from across academia, from government, from private sector, development partners, investors, and I think we need to do more of this kind of collaborative work. We need to break down the silos, make sure we are creating a kind of concentration of talent, resources, investment, infrastructure that can really enable the sector to prosper and thrive, because I think it has so much potential, but as long as we're fragmented and we continue to work in silos, we're not going to harness that potential. So one thing we're doing is working with partners on that bio-innovation, on this innovation cluster. The other is around evidence and insights. I think Jordan, my colleague who spoke earlier, mentioned that we are just kicking off a really interesting piece of research, which we're working with the University of Nairobi and IP Global on looking at really understanding what is happening in the bioscience sector in Kenya. Where are the areas where there's most potential for growth, for investment, for jobs? Where should we be focusing our attention? And really helping us to generate the kind of evidence and insights that I think will help develop this sector going forward. So we look forward to reaching out and working with many of you. We want this to be as inclusive as a piece of research as we can, and make sure we're incorporating all your insights and data and really working to kind of generate more evidence on this. Thanks.
Great. Something to look forward to and something to be part of. Right. Good. Madeleine?
Yes, I think that this is very important that we don't see this as a one-time off, that we continue from here, really, and that we have a commitment from everyone here that this is a start, and that we also continue with platforms and discuss on thematic subjects on this. I also think that linking the promising partnership we started, and I think one thing, sometimes we tend to do things too big, to pilot things in smaller scale and see is it feasible? Can we continue from here? And also together understand the different kind of financing tools we actually have to link those to the pilot and try them out. Yeah. And then, as I said, and I repeat it, like use the Team Sweden tools that we actually have together.
Great, great. And I'm now, Madeleine, being part of Team Sweden, but I guess do you have additional ideas as well for going forward?
Yes, so as Team Sweden, we do have quite an elaborate set of instruments that we can actually put to use. On the SIDA side, the Swedish Development Cooperation Agency side, we have a broad toolbox that we have been using for many years in order to support companies in various stages of development to scale. We can use our challenge fund to support really small companies in order to sort of scale up and try their business model or their product. We have results-based financing that we can use for companies that have a product that is sort of and a business model that is sort of proven, but who wants to scale even further or enter a new market and so on. And then we have our guarantees that we use to share risks with commercial banks. We can use our AAA-rated guarantee instrument to typically take 50-60% of portfolio risk shared with commercial banks or impact funds and even development finance institutions. Apart from that, we can do skills development, we can do PPDPs, we can do international training programs, we can do twinning. We have a very good set of instruments or good toolbox. But what we need to also understand is that we need to sort of work together to sort of figure out where the needs actually are to be able to focus, because I think that is like one of the most crucial next steps is in order to actually get something done, we can't be everywhere. We need to focus on a specific sort of areas where we think that we can make a difference. And also to end on maybe a sad note, a bit unconventional, but I don't know how many of you already know this, but last week the Swedish government, they announced that we are ending development cooperation in 4 countries across Africa. Today we are active with bilateral development cooperation strategies in 12 countries. That is now going down to 8. Luckily, Kenya is not affected yet, but I mean, it's part of a trend, and it's not only a Swedish trend, it's part of a global trend that ODA is going to decrease, no matter, you know, how positive of a worldview you have. ODA is going down, so we need to find ways of working smarter with the private sector, using the toolbox that I referred to, and focus.
Yeah. Great. I think really good comments and insights and lessons in the sense that you shared. I think we have the lunch coming on, but I think, do we have time for maybe questions or maybe not? I think we have to move on. So I think you'll be around for the lunch at least. So if there are questions, you can post them directly to this eminent panel. They will be here eating lunch at least. And let's give them an applaud. Great things and great things came out, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
As they do their photo session, that was a very powerful panel. Bioeconomy is really gaining a lot of traction, and this is because, according to the World Bioeconomy Forum, bioeconomy is estimated to be $4 trillion in 2024, and it's projected to increase to almost $30 trillion in 2050. In Kenya alone, I know you will have a chance to look at the status report that we have developed. Bioeconomy sector, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, contributes about 30 to 40% of our GDP. So this is a great sector, and I want to thank the panel for giving us hope, projecting Kenya as a solution hub and not just a region of vulnerabilities. It is now time for us to have our lunch. We are going to serve lunch right inside this room. We have 2 serving spots here. So grab something, and then after lunch by exactly 2, please come back for only 30 minutes. So we shall have a session after lunch for only 30 minutes here in the room. Thereafter, we shall now do the exhibitions. So please have your lunch. We have 2 serving spots. After lunch by exactly 2, please come back for a 45-minute session. Thank you very much. we'll have the exhibition. And as we also mentioned in the morning, we developed roadmaps for each and every cluster, and you can see several documents on your tables. Please feel free to grab one. We have, each cluster has a separate document. So we have one for bioenergy, industrial development, for value addition. So feel free to grab one. So I want to invite cluster 1 on value addition.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Karoki. I stand on the protocols observed. I am here with my colleague, Judy, who is from Ustawi Foods. Myself, I'm from Onja Foods. And we are here to present a brief snapshot of the Kenyan agro-food value addition and circular food safety roadmap that was developed under the ABDK project by SAFE. This cluster was cluster 1, and the roadmap of this cluster outlines priority actions to scale value-added agri-food value chains that enhance nutrition and food security, advance circular economy practices, reduce post-harvest losses and waste, and this was to contribute to the Kenya Inclusive Green Growth and Industrialization Agenda. So from here, Judy will take it up. Thank you.
Our vision was a competitive and inclusive Kenya bioeconomy, where value addition to produce novel food products, circular economy system connect farmers and processors to reliable markets, create decent jobs, enhance food and nutrition security, and transform biowaste into new value streams driven by innovation, climate resilient practices, and strong collaboration across the agri-food value chain. The key areas that were coordinated for action, number 1 was financing, where we are looking for affordable credit. Affordable credit is scarce, and you know, like most people who are in bioeconomy are women and youth, and to get loans in that sector is really hard without a collateral. Certification and compliance. These requirements are complex and expensive for you to get all the certifications that are needed for you to the bioeconomy. Markets, there's a growing demand for natural, organic, and healthy foods. Technology, there's need of appropriate processing machinery, automation, and digital tools. We also noted about skills and capacity building, and we discussed about the SWOT analysis. The strength that we are looking at, we have abundant biomass and available land, increasing demand for natural and healthy foods, locally developed innovation and scalable models. Weaknesses, there's difficulty access to affordable financing, complex regulation and certification, technology gaps, poor infrastructure, and limited skilled labor. Opportunities, we have growing global markets for sustainable and circular foods, emerging greens and climate financing options, advance in technology and digital systems. The threats are restrictive or shifting policies, climate shocks, drought and floods, unfair business practices, and poor infrastructure. Key opportunities for expansion. Number one that we discussed was about market expansion and exports through the strengthening of branding, certification, participation in international markets. Financing and investment for circularity, use of green funds, impact investment and blended finance to support upgrading and innovation. Technology and innovation and skills. Adopt modern technologies, cold chains, clean energy and research industries linkages. Key barriers that we discussed for growth are limited access to affordable financing, fragmented, costly certification or regulation, inadequate technology, infrastructure and skilled workers. Policy actions that lead to institution. The roadmap lists such as creating export corridors, national brands, trade agreements, establishing of bioeconomy financing window, strengthening farmer training and contract farming, building shared processing parks, cold chains, and renewable energy systems, integrated food and circular skills to pivots. So we believe once all that is done, so let me finish by I finish by saying this roadmap is a Kenyan path to modern, circular, and globally competitive food economy. By empowering the SMEs and embracing innovation, Kenya is ready to lead the regions in sustainable food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was agro-food value addition and circular food systems in Kenya. So you have the document on your table, so please grab it and have it in details. So now we move to the second cluster, which is on advancing bio-based agricultural inputs, and I welcome Christopher to briefly just give us the highlights because we have the document.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Mwenda. I'm going to be taking you through the Cluster 2 roadmap quite briefly because of time. First of all, I want to recognize that the audience is very diverse. I know I'm speaking to scientists, policymakers, also our fellow entrepreneurs, and also, as I understand, we have so many guests from Sweden. Welcome. So my presentation is going to basically answer 4 questions: who, what, when, and how. So very briefly, who are we? So allow me to use the word we because truly this has been a co-creation. So SA has been very kind to us. They've been very engaging, and everything SA here, allow me to use the word, the pronoun we, because it's something that we came up together as a team. Thank you. So I stand here on behalf of all the bio-entrepreneurs in Cluster 2. So what do we deal with? So we deal with the production of bio-based agricultural inputs. So these are the biofertilizers, biopesticides, and also biostimulants, among other technologies that you will see maybe in some of the printouts and also as you visit our booths. All right, so what is the cluster vision? I'll dive straight into that. So the vision for the cluster is to have a certified, market-trusted, and locally driven bio-input sector that delivers effective, affordable, and accessible products to farmers. So the vision, it focuses on, our quest is to see that products are certified, they're trustworthy, they're effective, and yes, that they are affordable, as opposed to whatever other alternatives we have in the market, the chemical fertilizers. They can be quite costly, so the issue of affordability is also very key to us. So the kind of impact we are trying to achieve is climate resilience, and of course with our products we can improve soil health and productivity. And also we align with some of the national objectives that is to even boost food security. So we have products that can be able to boost soil health integrity and also improve crop production. Thank you. So we also want to grow. This in regards to scaling, according to the strategic direction that we're taking, we're going to look at scaling in 5 dimensions. So we are looking at markets, our options in terms of go-to markets, technology, certification, and financing. I won't explain those in details, but we have so many opportunities that we are looking out for in all those 5 areas. You can check your printouts to actually see the details on that. Next, allow me to briefly highlight the key barriers that we as a team identified and briefly see how we wanted to go around them. So number 1, we had 3 key barriers: limited government support. Again, this is our cry. The policy, this has been mentioned time and again, we need to have government support and goodwill in areas such as subsidies and also incentives. Because we feel like the government, as it has been one-sided. Our cluster introduces organic inputs. So in the market, we have a lot of inorganic products, and a lot of policies and laws maybe are biased towards that side. So you also need a lot of policy to be able to handle our issues in that regard. Number 2, our second barrier is fragmented regulation. So what we mean by this is that we have so many agencies in charge of standardization, standards, control, and also certification. We're looking into that as a big problem because it slows down how we can be able to certify our products and even put them in the market. So if we can't certify our product, we can't sell our product. So if you're looking for exportation and all that, first of all, we need to get past that stage. Sometimes it can also be very costly. So we want to have a kind of a one-stop shop where we can be able to simplify the process and get our issues dealt with in terms of regulation as quickly as possible. Number 3, barrier number 3 was farmer awareness gaps. This, we looked at it in two ways. 1, the producers themselves are on the front line. So some of these things are very new technologies and they have limited research and development capacities. So they also need to be supported with funding to be able to test and standardize the quality, some sort of quality control of their products. Number 2, we need to create awareness among the end users. So these are our farmers. So we also need to do all that. We have so many strategies that we came up with. You can check them in the brochures. We have 2030 vision and 2040. All we are saying, you'll go into the details. All we are saying, it will take time. It needs effort. We're not saying this will happen overnight, but with the collaboration that we're setting up today, we are very confident that we'll be able to move towards the direction that we are looking into. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Christopher. That was bio-based agricultural inputs in Kenya. Now we move to the third cluster, which is on bio-based industrial development in Kenya. They have some slides, if you can project.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I'm Kylie Mudhoni, and I'll be representing Cluster 3. And without wasting time, we are a globally competitive and innovative companies from Cluster 3 that have utilized local resources that were once one man's waste, but returned them to our treasure. From hand-woven mats and carpets, to biodegradable packaging and biodegradable sanitary pads, to biochemicals and construction materials. I present to you Cluster 3. Next slide, please. Our vision is mainly relying on green industrialization, circular economy, job creation, and fossil-free future. And with that, Kenya is at the center when it comes to multi-faced market opportunities. What am I talking about? I'm talking about biodegradable packaging. I'm talking about biodegradable sanitary pad and energy to waste. I'm talking about bioprocessing and green chemicals, and not forgetting bio-based construction. And we are the Kenyan innovators, and we are already delivering a world-class bio-based solutions. And as you can see, kindly go to the next slide, please. The next one. As you can see, these are some of the amazing works that us different companies from Cluster 3 we're doing, from hand-woven fibers from sisal, to biodegradable sanitary pads made from banana fiber, to carpets and home decors made from local materials. With that, I'll introduce my colleague.
Thank you. Next slide. So there are 4 good reasons why this sector is going to prosper. The first one is abundant raw materials. As you know, we have a lot of these wastes, agricultural wastes, and we are an agricultural country, so we have a lot of this. We have a lot of social impact being created by the people in these clusters. Job creations for women, youth, and a lot of economical growth happening out of this. The innovation happening here is real crazy. We have people having patents and globally leading in terms of changing how people use and think and dispose of plastics and so on. And of course, aligning to global trends, next slide, that are moving away from fossil fuels. However, we also, similarly as the others said, we also have several problems that we're also trying to think of. First one being access to capital. As you know, it's not easy to fundraise when you have a startup or an incubation stuff that you want to start in this part of the world. Bureaucracy and corruption, you know of it, you understand it from the same government offices that you also go to, that we also go to, and we are also affected. And of course, social perception in the market. The thing is, our products tend to be sometimes a little bit more expensive than the regular plastics, and that is usually a hindrance to the market. Next slide. But we also have some inner things that we also have threats that we can also work on and improve that we are also looking at. So first being the high machinery costs, that we are trying to bring down the cost of that by working together, collaborating. Severe shortages of trained personnel, inconsistent quality because of the scale of what we are doing at the moment. And again, externally, competition is mentioned, price-sensitive market, and unpredictable markets. Thank you so much. Next slide.
Next slide, please. Thank you for that. And our cluster strategic roadmap to accessing and boosting the market access in boosting our technology adaptation, we divided it into 4. That is the market, the technology, certification, and compliances, as the rest of the clusters have said. So we will just skip on to the next part.
Okay, so we're going to look at that was the roadmap. Go next one, the next one. Now let's learn the playbook. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. But we know what we are doing, we know where we are, and we know the challenges, and now we are looking at the policy playbook, how we're going to do this. So first challenge, how we're going to access the scaling of the market, which again I mentioned things like government, that you also can help us, and we can help each other to get there. technology, R&D, research and development, skill gap, finance, and that's where a lot of these partners comes in. And the next slide. For the future, the milestones. Where do we see ourselves 10 years, 20 years from today? So first, the midterm, 2030s, the sector leadership across sub-Saharan Africa, biodegradable packaging, waste to energy, period poverty reduction, and so on. And by 2040 and so on, we are looking also to increase employment opportunities among young people, increasing the recyclability of materials that are out there in the industries and so on. Next slide. Thank you. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. In my old days when I used to be at the university, I would have given you a clean A. So we now move to the final cluster. It's on bioenergy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. I know you've enjoyed your lunch, but please, I'll just only take about 3 minutes of your time. So I'm presenting on cluster 4, which is on sustainable bioenergy in Kenya. And just before I get into that, I'd like to thank the organizers of these, SEI and CEDA, and all the participants who made it here today, and our visitors from Sweden. Thank you for making the meeting. Thank you so much. Yes, so we're talking about sustainable bioenergy in Kenya's emerging bioeconomy. Bioenergy has the potential of taking up to 90% of our energy mix. Currently, we are about 70%, but you're on 70% on the wrong side because you're talking about firewood. We need to move away from that. And one of the ways you can move away from that is by investing in this sector so that we can tap it, and then from there we move it as a key pillar of Kenya's low carbon circular economy. Some of the scaling opportunities we're looking at for this is financing. Everybody has spoken about financing, and we're still going to continue to talk about financing. Let me digress a bit. Back in 2009, the solar sector was largely based on one street in Nairobi, and nobody wanted to go to that street. In came the World Bank and the IFC, and they did something called Lighting Africa program, where they did a catalytic event for solar. They came on board with training. We went around doing roadshows. We came about with the standards for solar, and right now as we speak, solar is a standard product that is found everywhere. We have solar water pumping systems. We have solar irrigation. We are basically talking about solar everything. But 2009, if I tell you this was not the case, you'll not believe it. I believe this is the right moment to do this for the bioeconomy. We need to have a catalytic event starting from this ABDK conference. We have certification and compliance, basically what I've spoken about. Markets, we need to do roadshows. We need to introduce the briquettes to the market. We need to have standardizations for these products that we're talking about. Technology. I'm very happy for the organizers. We have one technology provider in the room with us today, EcoBudge. Thank you for making the trip. Yeah, so these are some of the things that we're talking about that can make our work easier. Infrastructure. I know some of my friends from Baringo, they were talking about bad infrastructure. So it's something that we can work on to improve how we get the raw materials from the fields to the processing sites. Stakeholder relations and influence, we need to formalize, we need to bring together all the associations that are working in these particular sectors, and then we improve our coordination within these. This is something that we need to do as an industry. And then from there, we need to create cluster platforms and working groups for joint problem solving and engage more associations so that we can improve on these. Policy government engagement, we need to have the harmonization of policies between the national and the county governments on clean cooking and bioenergy strategies. We need to advocate for harmonized county bylaws so that we have simplified licensing and predictable fee structures and long-term partnerships. Also on policies, this one is especially for the large buyers that we have in the room, especially the UN people. I know for a fact one of the UN buyers for briquettes is WFP, which does the bulk purchasing for the refugee camps, but they only do this with the big players. So if we can break up the orders into smaller pieces so that we have more players coming on board, and then from there, we are able to stimulate the market. The strengths that we have include we have a very strong community with the potential to create 1 million direct jobs and 3 million indirect jobs, and I'm talking about green jobs by 2030. And we have the restoration capabilities to do 500,000 acres of degraded or invasive species infested lands per year. We have abundant and affordable feedstocks. We have diversity in product portfolios from seed balls, biochar, we have the briquettes, we have the biogas, we have the fuel. The opportunities in the sector, we have, we're looking at these sector-specific funding mechanisms. We're looking at the formation of strong industry associations and capacity building and technology transfer through KIRDI and other research hubs. The weaknesses, as I spoke about, we have the complex and costly certification process. We have lack of awareness on the products. That same applies to the biofertilizers, where we are competing with the organic fertilizers. We have lack of ideal machinery and drying technologies. And then the threats that we have at the sector level is lack of sector-specific funding, strong competition and policy influence from alternatives, and high and rising operating costs. The key opportunities for expansion include enabling environment and markets, and on these we're targeting the export market as well, because some of the biggest charcoal buyers from Kenya include Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East, and Yemen. So if we can have the briquettes going to that market, it could be a plus for the producers here. And then we need technology transfers and capacity building. Key barriers I mentioned again, sector-specific funding and a catalyzing event for this particular sector, inefficient product awareness and market sensitization, and complex certification and licensing requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So those are the 4 clusters that we've been working with. And as one of the presenters said, if you don't know where you are going to, any road will lead you there. So we have the roadmap, so at least we know the road that we are going to take. And as we mentioned, we are developing the roadmap for developing a Kenyan bioeconomy strategy. Thank you very much for that session. So those are the Kenyan clusters. I now want to invite the Swedish companies to also tell us what they're doing. And to do this, I want to invite Michelle to take over.
Thank you so much, Alfayo. As earlier introduced, my name is Michelle Wanyang. I work for Business Sweden, and I think my colleague took you through what we do as Business Sweden, but basically we support Swedish companies to grow global sales, as well as international companies to invest in Sweden. And as a background towards this collaboration, as mentioned by the people who came before me on the platform, we mentioned that it's not only about mapping, but it's also creating connection opportunities. So maybe I can first start. How many of you have the profiles of the bioeconomy enterprises? You guys have this on your tables? Okay, so I'll all adjust to go to page 111. 111. You have Giraffe Bioenergy. Are we there? Yes? Yes? Good. Exactly. Now you flip the page and then we have Swedish enterprises. Okay, then if you flip through that page from then 100 and I'd assume is 113 up to 127, 126, we have profiles of Swedish companies which you can collaborate with, and they have their profiles there, what companies they are, what countries they are in, their main products, the contacts you can reach out to, what their business goals are, and an important insight is that they've mentioned the challenges they also face. So for you as a collaborator, you can find that or use that as an opportunity for you to connect with these different companies. So so we have, I can just list out the ones that are there, but we have BCC, we have Iriot, which is also here with us today, and they're going to tell you a bit more about their company. We have Grow Pipes, we have EcoBadge, which is also here as well, and they'll tell you about the company. We have Renetech, stroke Ecobora, who presented earlier today. We have Ideology, which is also called Alpha Laval, which is really good in terms of technologies. I think it was mentioned as well during the panel discussion. We have Tetra Pak, as well as other companies. We have Scania today, and we have Spaudi. Okay. Just as we had mentioned earlier, some of the strongholds you get from the Swedish companies is sustainability, innovation and advanced technology, high quality and reliability and durability. And an important fact is that collaboration. So when people are coming towards you or Swedish companies come towards you, they not only approach with technologies that are, they're one time, but these are technologies that have been developed through a lot of research and have been tested and done in collaboration with a lot of learning institutions, the industry, private sector, and etc. So now I'd like to introduce some of the companies that we have here, and we'd like to give them a few minutes to pitch about what their companies are, the products that they have, and areas of collaboration they're looking forward to. Okay, starting up with Grow Pipes, we'd like to welcome Krista. Round of applause, please.
Hello, dear audience. Very nice to be in Nairobi, and thank you all for coming together today and tomorrow. Very nice to meet all of you. My journey, well, first of all, my name is Krista Tilk. My journey started like 5 years ago when I wanted to bring vertical farming into the Nordics. And what I started off doing was really to import the systems available in those days. And most vertical farming is horizontal layers and so on. But fairly soon, I want to do a true vertical solution. And there were no real true modular system out there. So through a contact in South Africa, we started Grow Pipes with his vision and his experience of hydroponics in Southern Africa. So today, I'm proud to have patents in around 42 countries. For me, being a system supplier, my biggest mission is to work through networking and partners. Because I don't believe that I can sit in a small town in Sweden and dictate how to grow everything in Kenya, India, South Africa, or the US. However, there is a lot of local technology that one can adapt when farming in, for example, in Kenya. And the idea is also to bring the actual hardware that really is needed. That can be produced here. It could be produced in Europe. But all other spare parts needs to be locally sourced because that will keep the capex down. So for me, the challenges is to get over my system here to a reasonable cost when it comes to freights. So I've been now looking at exploring production in Eastern Africa. So far, the quotes I have received has been more expensive than the quotes I'm producing in Sweden, but I'm going to find other partners. So that is the idea, and that's one of the challenges to come closer to the markets. But I also need to have showcases, showrooms, test facilities. And usually in Sweden and many other countries, you start with the universities and you spread it from there. So I think that would be very nice if you have any good contacts with agricultural universities in Eastern Africa. That would be very helpful. Another thing we did in Sweden, Sweden is a cold country. We are very lonely. We are getting older. So I did some nice community projects in housing areas in Sweden. And wow, you could see these ladies in the 70s, 60s, suddenly talking, producing a nice harvest every month. And in that way, they started to socialize. I know that Kenyan people, Eastern African, are more open than we are, but still, there's a lot to do within communities as well. What else do I need help with? There's a lot of things I need help with, but you know the market best. You are the local guys here. So please come by my booth, and I will try to introduce what I've been doing so far. I have also patent in Kenya and so on. So now I can start producing without losing the ideas, if you say so. So I'm very much open for any contacts and relationships and collaborations. Thank you very much, and nice being here.
Great. Thank you so much, Krista. And now I'd also like to welcome Krista from EcoBudge. Round of applause, please.
Okay, nice to be here. First time in Kenya, not first time in Africa, but first time in Kenya. Very, very happy to be here. I'm very impressed by meeting all of you that I met so far and this arrangement. So my name is Christer Svärd. I'm representing a Swedish innovation company called EcoBudge. EcoBudge is built on, you can say, technology that has been along for a long time. You call it the pyrolysis technology or the thermolysis technology. What we do, we are a Swedish innovation company. So what we are doing is that we are building a unit that we digitalize. So that's basically the innovation that we are working with. We are aiming at farms. So we use farm waste or farm residues that goes into this thermolysis unit. We can use basically everything, but we are focusing with our unit on farm residues. In the pyrolysis technology, you can use almost everything as input material, but we focus on farms. And in the other end, when it has gone through the process, you get out biochar, which I think or believe is the most important product that we get out. But you also get bio-oil and you get heat. And when we have these products sold in Sweden, heat is a very important product, of course. If you think about the chicken farm or something like that, needs a lot of heat. But you can also use the heat. You can run it through a generator, you can produce electricity. And I think that could be something that would be interesting, for example, for the Kenyan market. So it's a quite interesting technology. We don't build big plants. We build small units that can be that are modular. They're actually even movable and can be put at a farm that has a suitable capacity for a unit, which is around 400 tons of residues a year. So it's not huge amounts. You can run more through a machine like this. But if you have 400 tons, it is, in many markets, a very, very good investment and quite an investment that is not as big as if you big plants, because this is small. So it's very, very nice to be here. I think there is our product has a potential in the Kenyan market. I met many interesting people already here. And I say the same as Christer here, please come to my booth and discuss more opportunities in the Kenyan market. And I can also explain the technology a bit more and a bit better for you. It's an easy process. It's digitalized, so it's easy to steer it. And that sometimes has been the complication of pyrolysis plants or pyrolysis or thermolysis plants, because they have been a little bit difficult to trim in. But our technology solved that problem. So that's the innovation. Thank you very much, and again, nice to be here.
Great. Thank you so much, Krista. And now I have the pleasure of welcoming Iriot to the stage. Round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Everybody's like in a food coma, right? So like after lunch, all the sessions, innovations and stuff. Come on, guys. Let's get some rest. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Business Sweden and SEI and Kenya for welcoming us here. So I'm Alex. I'm co-founder of the company we call eRiot, which stands for Irrigation IoT. And of course, it has to be Riot and everything. So otherwise, it's boring. So it's a wireless irrigation automation platform. It works without any wires. We can cover really big fields. It works also without any internet, Wi-Fi, 3G, 4G, so we can install it anywhere and it will work. We don't rely on public connectivity as well as the power grid. We can run it on a solar power, or we can connect it somewhere at a long distance from the actual field. We work with different kinds of sensors, so we use the very last drop water efficiently. Water scarcity in Kenya and the rest of the world is getting more and more severe, even including Sweden, where we're basically surrounded by water. And we have 100,000 lakes. Still, we cannot take long showers during the summertime. Anyway, if somebody's interested in smart irrigation, how you can efficiently use water, my booth is over there. I'll be here today and the rest of the day tomorrow. And you're welcome, everybody who's interested, or if you can pass information to someone else. Let's hope for the big future, and yeah, let's keep it up. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Alex. And as you've seen, these are some of the Swedish companies that we have that are showcasing and have traveled all the way to Sweden. And they're listening, saying that the opportunities are existing and they're very looking forward to collaborating together. Up next, I'd like to welcome Nerima from Scania to tell us a bit more about the opportunities that, Scania is looking into in terms of the bioeconomy. Welcome, Nerima. Round of applause, please, as she comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamara. I work for a company called Scania. We are a manufacturer of trucks, buses, and industrial engines. A Swedish company, but we've been in East Africa for 52 years. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, you can. So I think looking at what has been discussed here today, and if you look at what we do as Scania, I think the link is the fact that in Kenya and in East Africa, we are looking to help some of our customers transition to alternative fuels, and in particular, this is biodiesel and biogas. And from the agro sector, their inputs are very important when it comes to the biogas. So my hope is that there's interest and innovation around scaling biogas from the cooking, which is, it's huge in this region. There's a lot of work that's been done. But I think we can also transition to cleaner fuels for vehicles. And of course, I'm biased because it's trucks. But it would be good to see what can happen if the MSMEs come together to provide an environment where we have scaled up supply of biogas for some of our customers who are interested in having cleaner fleets or decarbonizing their fleets. Thank you.
right, great. Thank you so much. As you have seen, there's a lot of excellence, innovation going on in the Swedish companies. So please feel free to connect with the different colleagues that have talked about their companies and had mentioned. Feel free to refer to the booklet that you've been offered on the back pages to see what some of the other Swedish companies are doing. And as always, we as Business Sweden, seated in Nairobi, we support the East African region. So feel free, if at all you have any question, any Swedish technology that you'd be interested in pursuing and you don't really have a contact to, or you feel like this sector has a good Swedish stronghold and you really don't know how to connect to somebody, or as I said, particular technology, innovation, or you even have a problem in your value chain and you're interested in getting support or collaboration opportunities from a Swedish company, please feel free to reach out to us at Business Sweden in Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and for the companies that have presented. You've seen them, you've heard them, so feel free to engage. It's now time for engagement, networking. So we also have a booth, is a B2B booth, business-to-business collaboration. So if you have any engagements that you want to do with whoever, please feel free to use that booth. Enjoy your networking. Thank you. So just to clarify, it is time for exhibitions. So I'm not dismissing you. So it's time for exhibitions, time for interactions. So feel free, network. Tomorrow's plenary session begins at 8:30. So please be here by 8:30. And we have a friend of ours. Please come and say hi. He's been here for a long time.
Hi, that was not my intention to come up, but thank you. My name is Melissa Seidel. I'm a bioeconomy student from Germany, and for the last 4 months, I've been interning with Bioinnovate Africa at ISIPE, and it was a pleasure to also be part in both the ABDK workshops in August and November. So I got the whole program, and I will actually leave the country tonight, going back to Germany. And I'm very grateful that I get the opportunity to still be here today. Thank you. But actually, I just wanted to ask if we have a group photo.
Thank you very much. And I would like to also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Julius. Please come and say hi. Julius is the program manager for Bioinnovate. Please come and say hi. They have a very nice booth over here, so please come.
Hi, Alpha, just say hi. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here and happy to be part of this interaction. I'm looking forward to meeting at least many of you this afternoon and tomorrow.
Thank you very much. So for those of you who parked at the Sarit Center around here, so parking is a little bit expensive, so you'll pass by the Expo office so that they can at least half the cost.
You're so welcome to stand.
We're talking about better. And you have me to answer as well.
If it's not just like, no, nothing is happening. Nice to see.
This one should be also power
You're not using my feed.
So I'm meeting, in fact, on Wednesday I'm having a meeting with Fred about the garden.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
In terms of taste, the tasting is what this one is pala and it's direct. But here it is that bad.
You have the mic. Go to the internet.
What are we doing?
Do it over there. Yeah, you don't have. I have no clue.
Kindly note that we have 4 o'clock tea. So we have 4 o'clock tea that is being served, so you are all welcome.
Announcements like, you know. Okay.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, fine.
So I look at you?
Yeah.
I look at you?
Yes, you can look at me.
Okay.
So maybe you can start by introducing yourself and you tell us what we are doing here.
To look at the bioeconomy and how we can encourage and support kind of new bio-entrepreneurs, support their business development, support new ideas, and build a future through green jobs, green growth and sustainability.
So how do you think the bioeconomy in Kenya is doing currently?
I think there's a lot of positives. I think there's a lot of challenges, as we saw from the various, the four kind of pathways we were looking at today, where it's an exciting time. People are beginning to see the value of bioeconomy. They're beginning to see how value-added products can help their businesses, help their income, create kind of climate-smart solutions. But there's challenges in terms of getting investments and getting the funding they need to build into, you know, from a startup into a kind of a long-term business plan. So I think there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of encouragement to drive the industry. Maybe we need to work a lot more now around the finances and the investments, work more around research and enhance the innovations and long-term planning, and look at also the policy and regulations to make sure that they're supported by government, to look at long-term growth in the sector. Because if we get it right, the potential for creating jobs, as we heard in a few occasions, millions of jobs could be created, and that's what a young economy needs. So very exciting, very opportune, and we're very kind of happy to be a part of the process.
Okay. So then, and then also, what are some of the challenges that you feel like businesses in the bioeconomy sector are facing, mainly in Kenya, Sweden?
As I said, there's various challenges that they face, whether it's policies and regulations that they have to adhere to, and the speed with which they can get kind of registered, the speed at which they can get certified so that they can actually manage their products and sell their products openly. There's cross-border trade issues. Can we freely trade across borders in Africa to increase the scope of our markets? But there's also challenges with financing and getting various organizations to look at long-term investment plans, not just start up and thinking, oh, here's a great product now, but how do you then invest in that to scale up and get out to the market? Where do you get the finances from? But there's also innovation and research. Are we doing sufficient research on the products? Do we know they're healthy and they're safe and they're secure? Do we know the long-term potential use of this? So backing that up with sound evidence-based science builds the kind of trust in the product itself and builds the trust in the industry. So trying to get all those together helps us to build a more robust bioeconomy process. So challenges, but you look at those as opportunities as well.
Okay. So I don't know whether you have highlighted it, but maybe there's a gap between research, finances, and implementation. I don't know whether you can highlight something in that area.
There's always a gap between research and implementation. And I think that's one of the things that SEI tries to bring to the table, is to work with the key stakeholders. So we don't just do research for the sake of it. It has to be co-created with the stakeholders so that what are the real problems people are facing, therefore what's the research to find solutions to the real problems. Then it's about linking that to the policymakers. How can evidence-based science make the policymakers aware of the challenges that their constituents are facing? So can the policymakers then, see a way of supporting the long-term needs of, let's say, the business community in this particular context? So evidence-based science supports policy decision-making. And yes, there's gaps because there's not enough research in certain areas. There's not enough understanding of the policy links in certain areas. And unfortunately, in many democracies, we see that politicians are looking at 3-year timelines. Until I get elected again, what do I do? So we need bold people to take long-term plans to support the industry so that we're looking at 5-10-year horizons, which are outside the scope of most politicians. But they're the brave people who make those decisions that support an industry that will last for generations. So. Have the music as well, dance to it.
Okay, so now talking about 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Where do you see the sector in 5 to 10 years?
Where do I see
the bioeconomy sector?
Well, I think it's going to be thriving. I think there's going to be a lot of new innovative products, whether it's across agricultural biopesticides, biofertilizers, whether it's going to be food processing systems, whether it's going to be around bioenergy. I think there's a huge amount of optimism for this in the future. And if we can get it right now and invest in it, what it brings to Kenya, what it brings to the region is fantastic employment opportunities for youth. It brings in sustainability, which is key in business. It brings in kind of climate resilience, which is really important given the challenges we're facing. So I'm super optimistic, but we've got to put the work in now. We can't wait 5 years. We've got to really push now. So all we can do is encourage that.
Okay. I've seen you go around, and maybe you can highlight some of the businesses that you have seen, and maybe some of the interesting sectors or businesses that you have seen.
I have not seen them all yet. I've only had a quick view at some of them, but I think food processing is one that's very interesting. I think one looking at non-timber forest products, from what more can we get from the forest so we can continue to maybe manage the forest better. We get byproducts from the forest, whether it's oils or different kind of chemicals that can be utilized. People are looking at it all differently now. It's not just a wood product. It's all the other potential products that are there. So I think there's exciting opportunities in that. I think I saw some of the wood pellets and some of the, actually there was one looking at rangeland seeding to get more trees back into rangelands, which is great. A lot of ideas, a lot of different opportunities, but I think we just need to manage that in terms of what they bring at this scale, what they can bring at the higher scale, and how we can expand that to support the communities who in many cases, are looking at that sustainability, who are looking at investment opportunities, who are looking at building their, I suppose, long-term resilience to climate. So lots of ideas, no favourites just yet. It's not fair. There's too many good ideas.
Okay, maybe just to finish, maybe you can give us a parting shot and also maybe a word.
Okay, just a quick reflection of the ABBK project, like throughout the year,
Yeah.
how we interacted with all the businesses. In your own words, do you think the projects have been successful according to what maybe
Yeah.
we're looking to achieve?
I would say, and I'm a newcomer to this project, so I'm starting kind of midway through the project with SEI. I think it's a super success. I think, it's very challenging to bring such a sector together and to know who's doing what across the various different areas of bioeconomy. But I think what you saw today is that, there's over 50 businesses from Kenya, there's 7 businesses that flew in from Sweden. There's a huge interest in connecting. We've had a fantastic audience here today that are engaged in conversation around how to build a bioeconomy. We've had the Principal Secretary here today with us, gave a very great speech about how this is good for the country, good for the people of the country, good for businesses, good for youth. So we see a support from government, which is really fantastic. And we saw the Swedish ambassador here as well, supporting the whole programme with CEDA as a donor. So I think it's been a great success. I think there's a long way to go. And, like everything, this is like phase 1. What are we going to do in phase 2? So we've seen the 4 kind of bioeconomy pathways that were presented today. This is how we can move into more action in the future. And I think that's what we need to do now. What do we do in the next 2, 3, 5 years? But I think we built a very solid foundation to start that. So I'm very proud of the SEI team and everybody that's been a part of this, with the stakeholders, the researchers, the communities, the governments, the private sector. What a way to start. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm all right for now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Mungkin ikutin untuk
I think bioeconomy, in the sense, as an essence, is really a key for development in Africa and in Kenya. The region has so much resources and there's so much talent. The issue is that we need to do more optimized biomass value addition. We need to use the biomass resources more wisely. And the project is about how do you mobilize resources and actors to do just that. So I think the project has been very successful in gathering various type of bio-businesses in Africa, but also linking them to Swedish actors, because this is a Swedish-Kenyan project, for co-creation of solutions, but also co-creation of business opportunities. There is a lot of business opportunities for Swedish companies to come here and share technologies, but also expand their markets. I mean, likewise, there's a business opportunity for Kenyan companies to link up with Swedish companies and explore markets outside Kenya, in Europe and in Sweden. So these type of projects are important. And I think, ultimately, when it comes to bioeconomy development in Kenya, in the region, I think the private sector, and not least these small entrepreneurial actors that are here, are the key actors. They're the ones that are going to move the bioeconomy forward. We can create a lot of enabling frameworks, policies, but the true actors are these bio-businesses. And there's a lot to be done in order for them to thrive and prosper. And this type of platform that we have developed here, and this fair, is, I think, a very good step in that direction. And it's a process that we are embarking on here with this bioeconomy, bioinnovation fair. So I think it's sort of it's at the beginning of something that we can build on, and I'm very encouraged. I think it's been a very successful day. We heard a lot from these companies. We heard a lot about the opportunities, but also a bit about the challenges that we need to sort of address and together. So with that, I think, it's great being here. I always love coming to Africa, and I think there's so much potential in the bioeconomy, and so much potential gathered here in this event. Thank you.
Thank you. That was nice. Thank you.
I don't know if that came out.
You did.
You did well.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
kidogo tu. Hili si lazima. Yeah?
Yeah.
You're good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we can start.
Start, yeah. Hi, nice to meet you. Tom Walsh is my name. I'm the CEO of Renatec. Renatec is a company based out of Stockholm. We're involved in the bioenergy and bioresources circular economy area. Have been working in East Africa since 2007 and more intensively in the last 10 years. We work across a variety of different value chains, but the launch of a pellet stove for institutional cooking in schools. And this is something that we have been working with Ekabora, which is a Kenyan company. Over the last 10 years, we started from scratch and are gradually building out and expanding the portfolio. And as we're aware, the second biggest user of firewood in the Kenyan market is schools. So it's to reduce, the objective is to provide alternative solutions to reduce the pressure on the bioresources and the forest, and to do that in an affordable way. So there's a portfolio of products including solar on-grid and off-grid with batteries, as well as now the pellet stove, which is launched today using the gas pellets which are manufactured in Kenya. So that's kind of a quick summary.
So, with your experience working in the Kenyan market, what has your experience been like?
Well, obviously we enjoy coming to Kenya, but I think people should be aware that it's not all bells and whistles or roses and honey. There are a few challenges along the way, and you need to be aware of that and prepared for it. And I would say that it takes maybe a longer time than you think to develop the market, but if you're if you're patient and in for the long run, you can get there step by step.
Especially in the bioenergy space, what are some of the opportunities for Swedish companies who would like to venture into this market?
Well, I think there's opportunities for Swedish companies in the project development area. There's opportunities also in various aspects of technology supply for the biorefineries and the plant. Then in our own case, what we have found is that the manufacturing is happening here in Kenya, but we are sourcing certain key components from the Swedish market. So there are a variety of different opportunities depending on which value chain that you're working with.
Maybe the last one. If you were to advise someone who is looking to come into the Kenyan market, maybe from your experience in the bioenergy, which other sector do you think might be profitable for
Yeah, well, I think in terms of profitability, I mean, I think you can look at any aspect of the bioeconomy. The advantage that you have here is that you have so many different other crops and substrates that you don't find in the northern hemisphere. And for example, hyacinth, sisal, and the list goes on, that can be converted to different types of biofuel and byproducts. So it's a question of taking your time, developing the innovation pathways, and making it a commercial reality.
Just maybe a quick one, the last one now. What do you think is the role of research in the whole, especially for you as entrepreneurs, the role of research in entrepreneurship in the bioeconomy?
In the bioeconomy area, it's I think research. There's a need for a lot more research and innovation in this part of the world because of. If you look at Europe and the US, they have different types of crops, And here you have many more crops, like we talked about cassava today, and those crops are not grown there. So you need to have research and innovation done, or even different types of bananas and banana peels, and developing the products that can come out of that and industrialize it. What I talked about in my presentation was the beaker to bucket to barrel to bunker, but the beaker to bucket area, which is mainly focused around the smaller amounts, that's definitely for the research partners and the innovation partners to develop those, the half a litre or small bottle of product before it can be industrialized. It's okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you need you need the mic.
Yes.
Maybe I'll give you my card as well.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Every breath I take, I need you near. Every heartbeat whispers you are here. You're the reason my soul still sings. You're the peace my spirit brings. I've seen your goodness, felt your grace, but I'm longing for a deeper place. Take me closer, draw me near. Your voice is all I hear. More of you, Lord, that's all I need. Fill my heart, plant your seed. Let your fire burn in me anew. I just want more of you. Oh, yeah. Not the fame, not the gold I see. Just to know